ama suhuria mpya wewe.
Sasa hiyo ndio kuniambia
si ndio umeanza, alafu angalia saa hizi watu wako na njaa. Kitambi unatoa wapi? Hizi ni minyoo ndugu yangu, siwende upimu.
Ni mzuri mtu kuwa na kitambi hata kama ni kadogo. At least
sasa nani? Mimi nimekuwa ready tayari.
Jamaa
hii sherehe ya leo unaona nimeng'arang'ara. Kama nywele nimetengeleza, sijui ni wamotelie mnione.
Ngoja sikizeni. Mimi kusema ukweli nilikuwa nataka nikuambie hivyo. Leo hakuna kwenda hii mambo ya mashujaa. Kwa sababu wale watu ambao ni mashujaa ni wale watu wazee, watu wa kitambo, wakongwe.
Mangade dai mali niyo leili ya kumini sada.
Watu wa kitambo.
Hatuendi sisi, hatuendi, tunakaa hapa.
Muganga.
Nenda.
Tumesube. Na mtobe. Wa acha badana wariaka mimi atafanya nini watu? Mbona nyinyi anakaa hapa anapiga tu madomo? Mtobe.
Wanataka tufanye nini?
Why are you beeping the out?
Mimi naenda sherehe tayari mateli.
Kwa nini hajafanya kazi?
Wewe sikiza manager na usike vizuri bahari yake. Leo atubaji kazi tulikuwa tumeambiwa tujitayarishe. Tupeleke kina mama Kayai ati mambo ya mashujaa. Mashujaa ni wale watu wa kitambo zaidi.
No, vile natuona hivi, tumeamua hatuendi.
Hakuna mahali tunaenda.
Sasa sisi kwa nini hapana kuenda?
Kwa sababu ukiangalia watu kama mama Kayai na huyu Mise.
Mise ni gani?
Ule chachi wa vioja mahakamani.
Mimi wanachua yeye.
Habari zenyu? Mko sawa? Mushajitayarisha?
Kwenda kwa fanya nini?
Ati?
Kwenda kwa
salimia mgeni kwanza. Mogaka. Ni nini kimbelembele wewe?
Sorry mama.
Mkiona mama Kayai amekuja na mgeni lazima mfanye heshima.
Ni kweli.
Sasa tuko tayari.
Mimi niko tayari.
Si tunaenda mashujaa?
Twendeni mate,
yani Chema Sunde uko ready?
Kabisa mimi naongoja tukimbie twende kabisa tuende huko ndani.
Mama Kayai. Kusema ukweli hatuendi, ama tatu tuseme ukweli. Yes. Tuseme ukweli inatuweka huko.
Kwa nini hamwendi?
Angalia sasa kama sisi upande wa kwetu Otenyo alikuwa ule aliua Tio. Ndio. Wewe kwenu alikuwa ni mgani?
Ni maneno Lenana.
Lenana.
Ndio.
Wewe wa kwenu alikuwa anaitwa?
Wewe niko Italia na Samo
Wewe bahari yake
hata Chandra Mahmud iko the bacha wa bera wokuweka bado.
Haya, wewe mama Kayai sijui umetoka huyu ni Masinde huko.
Bana maneno. Ili wa meza.
Hao watu walipigania uhuru si walikuwa. Sasa wale wamebaki ni nyinyi. Endeni.
Sikie wewe Mogaka. Wewe unaonekana wewe ndio unapoteza hawa wengine. Hakuna ati wale kina Lenana, kina nani, wote wale wa zamani pia ni mashujaa. Na sasa pia hata sisi bado ni mashujaa.
Kiache.
Siwe ni mchekeshaji.
Tunapika mandazi hapa kwa hoteli.
Hata ukipika mandazi pia wewe bado ni shujaa. Manake wewe utapika mandazi, mimi sijui kupika mandazi. Haya, huyu akiona ngamia zake bado ni shujaa. Wewe na zile ng'ombe zako. Shujaa.
Ni shujaa pia?
Tena wewe ndio shujaa mashuhuri. Sio unakimbiaga?
Nakimbiaga msanii.
Bas, wewe ni shujaa.
Nikuulize.
Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya ni shujaa.
Hata watoto.
Kivyake, kila chochote kile unachofanya, amini wewe ni shujaa.
Na ni kweli, na hii serikali inatambua hivyo.
Kabisa.
Niko na swali kwanza. Kwani kama kila mtu ni shujaa basi nini? Night runners na wachawi pia ni mashujaa.
Wachana nao. Wachawi na night runners wanakujia wapi kwa ushujaa?
Sio kila mtu.
Shujaa ni kujenga nchi, hapana kuharibu.
Ole matope. Kama ni hivyo tuende kwa sababu kuna hata kitu rais alisema kuna pesa watu wanapewa.
Inaitwa Hasila Fund.
Yes.
Kutoka Disemba moja.
Hiyo hupewi vile unafikiria. Lazima mjiunge kwa kikundi.
Na
mmejiandikisha. Alafu ndio mkienda pale mtapewa hiyo pesa. Na mkipewa, ukishafanyisha biashara, lazima utalipa.
Hiyo. Umesema tujiunge vikundi.
Si sahihi.
Sikilizeni.
Nyinyi wacheni mchezo.
Nyinyi jiungeni hivyo. Mimi na Chema Sunde ucha nikueleze. Sisi tutapata katoto mimi na wewe tupewe hiyo pesa. Mimi leo hii lazima mtoto. Huyu napea yeye ndio tupewe hiyo pesa.
Wewe Mogaka. Unapata gold ya nini? Gold ya championship. Mimi ni runner.
He's a man of his word. Yes.
What do you expect to see you doing now, going forward, now that you've just jetted? Are we going to see some political activity from your side?
Breathing fresh oxygen. Miguna is going to take it in, right? And then, you know me, you will see what you see. Yes.
Thank you so much. Happy Mashujaa Day. Miguna there speaking to us. Quite a short statement there, but he's saying he's happy to be breathing fresh air in the country after being exiled in 2018 following issues to do with his passport. And of course, being outside the country, he has been a great critic of the Azimio la Umoja leader Raila Odinga while supporting President William Ruto. And he's saying that under President William Ruto, it has taken honesty and lifting, of course, of the red ban against him, and of course now jetting back into the country. Interesting to see him here. Remember the last time that he was actually being deported, there was a bit of drama, commotion at the JKIA, and we also saw a journalist injured in that particular incident. So it's quite interesting to be here. You can see the number, the kind of people that we are seeing walking in, filtering into this particular Uhuru Gardens, and of course also members of the diplomatic corps, as I had earlier mentioned. And of course Leila Mohammed, my colleague, has also stated that we expect service commanders, General Chief of Defense Forces Robert Kibochi, as well as the Deputy Chief of Defense Forces Francis Ogola, to make their way here, and we'll be keen to hear what President William Ruto, what Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will be saying in this particular event. It is their first national event as President and Deputy President, and of course we also expect the nominee for Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi to also grace this event. We'll be keeping our viewers up to speed. Of course, our ears and eyes are on the ground throughout this particular event. For now, I'd like to take you over to my colleague Ibrahim Karanja, who's standing by. Ibrahim, I understand that you have been speaking to a number of Kenyans who have arrived here for this event. Perhaps what are their sentiments? How excited are they about this event?
Well, indeed, Melita Oletenges, I'm on this other end of Uhuru Gardens, and I am with the other VIPs. That is the people of the Republic of Kenya, and they have turned up in their numbers, much as we still can see some seats unoccupied. But from the numbers that we are seeing being processed from the gates there, we are sure that these are seats that in very few minutes will all be occupied in readiness for the arrival of the President William Ruto, who will be presiding over his very first national event as President of the Republic of Kenya. Like we said in our previous bulletin, that this is where William Ruto starts, and this is also where retired President Uhuru Kenyatta finished his last national celebration. That is on the 1st of June 2022, when he officiated, or he presided over Madaraka Day celebrations from here. And like it is happening 3 months later, 4 months later, President William Samoei Ruto starting from here. And like I have said, I am with the people, I am with the other side of the VIPs. Of course, you can see from where the entertainment stage is, that's where the entertainers will be. Some entertainers already are in the field entertaining the people who have already arrived, even as we wait for the program to officially, or the ceremony to officially begin. According to the program that I have, President William Ruto is expected at this venue at 10:55 a.m. 5 minutes to 11 a.m. is when we expect President William Ruto. And immediately before him, 10 minutes before he arrives, he will be preceded by the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and other leaders who will come before them in order of hierarchy. But by the time they come, they will meet these people here. People who are very hopeful of the very first address by President William Ruto. Remember, this is where he is expected to tell these people about where he intends to take the country, besides celebrating the Mashujaa, the 230 persons who are set to be honored today here as Mashujaa, and the very many other Shujaas across the country who may not be making into the list of 230, but will be celebrated in one way or the other. These people here will be expecting to hear from their president. What is it that he has for them in his very, very first address? Earlier on, I did a comparison of what it was when President Uhuru Kenyatta was making his very first address to the nation on the 1st of June 2013. At that particular time, the president stating that the country had come quite a long journey for 50 years, and he was promising that in the next 50 years, the country should be various miles away in terms of development. Now comes President William Ruto, taking in government at a time that these people are expecting the country's economy, which he has been talking about, to be revitalized, the country's economy to be revived, and for them to have better opportunities to earn. And let's get to hear from the horse's mouth. Let us not speak for them. Naomba nianze kuzungumza na wewe. Upo moja kwa moja katika NTV. Umefika uwanjani mapema. Unayo picha ya rais wa 5 ya Jamhuri ya Kenya, William Samoei Ruto. Nieleze jina lako, umetoka wapi, unatarajia leo nini kutoka kwa sherehe hizi za Mashujaa? Na tuanze na shujaa wako ni nani?
Shujaa wako ni president wetu wa Republic of Kenya, ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto. Kwa majina naitwa Maina kutoka Murang'a County, Kataga constituency. Mimi nasherehekea hii Shujaa Day kwa sababu ndio ya kwanza ya rais wetu wa 5 ambaye ni rais William Samoei Ruto, na ndio nasema kwa sababu leo natarajia mambo mingi, kwa sababu nimelauka mapema hapa, nilifika around saa 10 na ndivyo ninasherehekea hii Shujaa Day. Ningeambia wale wako nyumbani, si hata nyinyi muwe wa shujaa. Asante sana.
Naona umefanya ile kitu vijana wanasema kupiga luku. Umevaa rangi ambayo zapendeza, rangi ya bendera ya Kenya, kuanzia specs, hivi vijana wanaita digaga. Designer wako hadi ushanga ambao umevaa ni rangi ya bendera ya Kenya, kila kitu ambacho umevaa. Designer wako ni nani?
Designer wangu anakuanga pale Thika, anaitwa Pakan. Na huyo ndiye amedesignia hata hii picha, na ninamheshimu sana kwa sababu yeye ndiye ananichoneanga hizi vitu, na ningetaka hata kwa hii serikali ya UDA mimi niwe ninasuvurikiwa, hata mimi nikumbuke kwa hii serikali. Nakumbuka wakati ya Ruto alikuwa anaapishwa, mimi ndio mtu nilikuwa na ndarama ilikuwa imeandikwa Ruto Gachagua haha ni gai hapo.
Aha ni gai. Hapo ni kusema hapa ni Mungu, sio? Asante sana mama, naomba nizungumze na wewe pia utueleze matarajio yako kutoka kwa sherehe hizi za Mashujaa leo hii. Unatarajia kusikia nini kutoka kwa Rais William Ruto katika hotuba ambayo atakuwa akifanya baadaye?
Kwa majina naitwa Aisha Mwaneki, mimi ni mkaaji wa Maraba, Busia Boda. Shujaa wangu wa kwanza ni mamangu mzazi aliyewezeshwa na Mungu kunileta duniani. Wa pili ni kiongozi wa taifa letu la Kenya, William Samoei Ruto. Nafurahi sana kwa hii serikali ya William Samoei Ruto kulingana na vile inapeleka wa mama, kulingana na vile inapeleka wazee. Kwa hivyo nafurahi, mambo yote mazuri itaendelea kuwa mazuri. Sasa mimi natarajia aongelee kitu kuhusu askari wetu ambao wanalinda taifa letu la Kenya. Aongelee kuhusu walimu, aongelee kuhusu hata nyinyi waandishi wa habari. Aongelee kuhusu watoto wetu wa shule na pamoja na walimu. Alafu upande wa sisi wazazi nyumbani tunateseka, hamna chakula. Na jana niliona aliashiria msaada wa chakula, hapo namtolea kofia, namwambia congratulations. Alituteremshia bei ya fertilizer. Tunafurahi sasa tumerudi mashambani kulima. Nafurahi sana kuona ile mambo yanaendelea. Lakini ningemwomba jambo moja. Aongee na gavana wetu Sakaja kuhusu askari wetu wa jiji. Watupe tu nafasi masaa yenye tutakuwa tukitafuta riziki. Juu saa hii ukionekana tu hata umeshika peremende unatiwa ndani. Na ukitiwa ndani ukipelekwa mahakamani ni 20,000. Sasa hii niko na mtu ako kule Australia anatakikana 20,000 sababu ya paketi tu ya peremende ambayo hata haiwezi fikisha hata 3,000. Kwa hivyo hilo swala ningemuomba aongee na rais wetu wa county ambayo ni Sakaja, aweze kumuongea, aongee na maaskari wetu. Na nafurahi sana, mimi ni shujaa.
Wewe ni shujaa, kweli kabisa, wewe ni shujaa. Pia kuna kijana hapa ambaye there is a young man who is carrying a briefcase written Mashujaa Day ya kwanza ya Willy Rigiji at Uhuru Gardens 20th October 2022. Tell me your name, niambie jina lako, niambie umefika hapa saa ngapi, unatarajia nini kutoka kwa sherehe ya kwanza ya kitaifa ya Rais William Ruto na Mashujaa ya 13 katika taifa la Kenya tangu Mashujaa ilipoanza mwaka 2010?
Kwanza kabisa nianze na jina langu, naitwa Samuel Leshankuyo. Nashukuru kufika hapa. Alafu nirudi nishukuru kwa Mungu kutufikisha sisi wote, kumaanisha sisi wote ni shujaa. Okay, mimi kufika hapa Natarajia president wetu akumbuke kila mtu ambaye ni hustler, kila mtu aweze kufikisha kuweka pesa mfukoni, watufungulie njia zote za kazi, vikwazo zote ajaribu kuangalia vikwazo yenye inakuta vijana, wazazi, wafanyikazi wote, wafanyabiashara kwa mitaani, kwa kila kijiji, kwa kila town, atoe hizo vikwazo, tuache kukaziwa sana kufanya biashara zetu. Hiyo tu kwa sasa.
And just, Olive, because of fairness, 4 people here were ready to speak to us, all of them with lots of expectations from the president, perhaps the true situation that is affecting the people of the Republic of Kenya in various parts of the country. There is a 4th man who is carrying a placard written, "Rescue my container." He hopes perhaps that President William Ruto will get to see this message. Let's get to hear what this is all about. Niambie jina lako, what is this about?
Naitwa Dan Cardinal Muiruri from Embakasi. This is about my container. I'm a pastor and I'm a taxi driver at JKIA. I used all my savings being a taxi driver to purchase a container. It arrived at Port of Mombasa on 15 October and I paid the cabs for inspection, which passed, and the KRA customs. Let alone, I was told to add 2.3 million on the same container, which as a taxi driver I can't afford.
So you wish that President William Ruto sees the message and rescues your container?
It is held for 2 months now.
2 months now. Thank you. 15th October, it's not 2 months, but yes, he is speaking about the issues that are affecting them. And like we said, so many people here and across the country who are celebrating Mashujaa Day in different ways, in different style. Look at them flying the Kenyan flag. And like I said, looking at the program, there only will be 3 addresses, a very brief address from the governor of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja, who will then invite Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua to also make an address before the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua invites President William Ruto in his very first national address, in his very first national celebration, to speak and perhaps not only speak to the Mashujaa of the country, but also speak hope to these people seated here. Hundreds of them already arriving, 22,000 of them expected to be here by the time the ceremony officially starts. But let's now cross over from Nairobi and head straight to the counties. And where better to start than Murang'a County, where my colleague Martin Mwaura is. Martin, what is Murang'a saying about this particular day?
All right, we'll be hearing from Martin in a little while, but we had Melita Oletenges speak to Miguna on his arrival at the Uhuru Gardens. He is attending the Mashujaa Day celebrations. We saw him arrive in Kenya only, 3.5 hours ago. And he has thanked President William Ruto's administration for making it possible for him to breathe. What did he say about the Kenyan air? Oxygen. Fresh Kenyan oxygen, my panelists tell me. Ladies, we had Ibrahim there tell us there'll be 3 speeches, that of Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, Rigathi Gachagua, who is the Deputy President, and President William Ruto. So what is today about? Is it just essentially about heritage? What do you expect to hear in those speeches? I'll start with you, Ambassador. I know you tell us you sat on the inaugural council.
Yes, I was the first CEO of Kenya National Heroes Council under the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage. And it's not just heritage and culture, it's history. It's who we are as a people. It's learning to celebrate everyday people that make a difference to people's lives. And that includes hawkers, teachers, scouts, Girl Guides, name it. It wasn't meant to just celebrate names that are known. It was actually, it is a day to celebrate the unknown. It is a day to celebrate the people that we don't sometimes see and we don't give credit to for making our days memorable, worth living, including our house workers, including our gatemen, including
our Bolt and Uber drivers, including our media, for bringing to us everyday stories of people. And that is what Mashujaa Day was all about. And I'm very happy that both CS Amina Mohammed and PS Mukobe found it and deemed it fit to set it up, because the act has been there for quite a while, but it took over 10 years for it to actually function. And it took us a long time to get the board in place. Lots of lobbying, lots of pushing for the board members, including Kipchoge Keino, teacher Tabithi, it's called, yes, the chair, Aidan, and I mean, it was amazing, the formation and the beginning. And I think it is going to be something that is going to move to different counties and showcase the capacity, potential, and abilities of many Kenyans that are there and doing well for other Kenyans.
The price of unga on the front page of the newspaper. It tells you that according to Maslow's pyramid of needs, isn't it, our physiological needs, which is the basic needs, have not been sorted, and we have no luxury even to start thinking about cohesion. Like now you're telling me about how united are we. If I'm hungry, how do I start caring about whether we are united, isn't it? So I'm trying to say that if we look at, we sit down, and maybe what I can say, Trevor, we should not become a nation of whiners. We should go and tell our president, because we want him to succeed, isn't it? Set up an economic team that will review what are the economic priority areas, and tell you, if you put 10 shillings here, it will happen that way. In this way, we can start now actually looking at whether we are progressing as a nation or we are stuck where we are.
All right, I'll come to you, Ambassador, in just a bit. Let's cross over to Sam Gituku now, standing by at Uhuru Gardens. Sam, good morning. It's good to see you. What's the latest from where you are?
It's been a bit of activity here at the entrance of the Uhuru Gardens. This is gate 3, where a majority of the leaders that are attending this event are passing through. They've been expressing their excitement as they arrive. And of course, you remember that this is the very first time that President William Ruto will be addressing a national celebration. The last time he was here was the 1st of June 2022 during the celebrations of Madaraka Day. And at that event, of course, he never got an opportunity to address the nation under the leadership of President Uhuru Kenyatta. But I have some leaders who've been passing, including members of parliament, some of them from Kenya Kwanza, others from the Azimio side of politics. But also we've also seen the arrival of Miguna, the lawyer and politician, who also spoke to us a few minutes ago, and of course expressing his excitement for him to be back in the country. I want to speak to some of them, including one Nelson Kwech from Belgut. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning, Sam.
What are your thoughts this morning as the country celebrates Mashujaa Day?
Such a beautiful day. Like you started saying, Miguna is here, the independence is here. And it is a day that we all celebrate, a day that as a country we celebrate where we've come from, we celebrate our independence, we celebrate our diversity, and we celebrate our achievements up to this point. It's a beautiful day. You can see today so many people are coming in. It tells you there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of enthusiasm out there in the public, and people want to know what's happening here today.
Interesting. We've also seen you at the Appointments Committee vetting different cabinet secretaries. You have done 3 days now. You've taken a break today. What are your thoughts of? And I know you have not yet concluded the process, even writing the report. But what is the impression so far?
Excellent. So far, I would say, save for a few mistakes here and there, maybe nervousness. Generally, most of the nominees, it's not a matter that I would like to discuss here, but generally it's been good, I would say. Yeah, fairly good.
And so what should we look forward to as the president comes to address the nation? 37 days in office, what should we expect?
Oh, the president, I'm sure, is going to enumerate what he promised the people of this country, his plan going forward, because shortly he will be unveiling, he will be, if we pass the nominees that is sent to Parliament for vetting, then I'm sure shortly we'll be unveiling his mission and plan, and he'll be getting down to work. That is what many Kenyans here want to hear, his plans in the short and long term. Yeah.
All right, let's speak to Didmas Baraza, who is from Kimilili. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And your thoughts about this process that 37 days into office, the president, of course, has made a few changes, some few policies. What should you expect this morning?
First, I would want to say that the few days that the president has been in the office, he has been able to do whatever he promised, the quick wins, the things that are very important that he said he will do. And I think even today, as we celebrate this Mashujaa Day, I think Kenyans will also be singing the national anthem with a new meaning, with optimism, because for the first time, we have a government that has promised very many tangible things that will directly impact on the life of the Kenyan people. So the Kenyans are very, very hopeful, in terms of having the government that will enable them conceptualize the meaning of the stanzas that are contained in our national anthem.
And of course, promises, but also explanation we've had the past 37 days. But there comes a time that you have to cease promising and get to work. What do you think it will take to actualize those promises and the many explanations we've had the past 5 weeks?
The only thing that will actualize the promises that Kenya Kwanza has been promising Kenyans is Parliament to fast-track the vetting and approval of the nominees of the cabinet, and also the Public Service Commission also to fast-track the interview process for principal secretaries and chief administrative secretaries. Because we are speaking today, the government is 3/4 of government. People from the previous regime who do not understand the bottom-up economic policies, and we are hopeful that once the government will be fully constituted in terms of being in the hands of men and women who understands Kenya Kwanza manifesto, who understands the philosophy of the Hustler Nation philosophy, I think we will be up and running. But what I can tell the people that I know the head of state today will emphasize that he is out to ensure that he fulfills all whatever was contained in the various economic charters of different parts of his country, and that he will live to fulfill each and every promise that he promised the Kenyans.
And Didmas, what are your thoughts? Because you've had the Deputy President also explain to the country that the government inherited a dilapidated economy, the challenges that have been. Every time he speaks to the nation, he will repeat that. But when should now the narrative change?
When we found that their coffers were empty, the economy was in ICU, and the act of the economy being in ICU, everything being upside down, is what informed the choice of men and women that William Ruto nominated to sit in the cabinet, CSS, and he's also going to guide on who is going to be the principal secretaries. So yes, we agree that the economy is dilapidated, the way Rigiji has been saying, but that economy requires surgeons to be able to operate and remove the tumor that is making our economy ailing. And I can tell you for free that the men and women who have been assembled by William Ruto are up to the task, and I can assure you Kenyans that the dilapidated economy has made the Kenya Kwanza government, has made William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua to stretch their hands beyond the normal in terms of getting the proper and qualified economic surgeons who are going to ensure that the tumor is removed and the economy will be out of ICU, will come to HDU, and it will be up and running, and the Kenyans' lives will change.
Are you a medic?
Yes. I'm a political doctor, and also I'm also a doctor, not by education, not by training, but by learning.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Didmas Baraza, for speaking to us. Of course, using very serious terms there to describe the situation of the economy and what must be done. John Kerry is the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti South. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning, and it's an exciting morning.
And it's good to see you. But tell me about, because speaking to leaders, and they're still talking about the challenges that the new administration found. But the question that Kenyans are asking, What then must it take to change this narrative and to implement the promises that were made?
Brilliant, and it is expected that the expectations are very, very high, but we've also got to remember that the problems that have been occasioned by mismanagement in 9 years cannot be remedied in 30 days. And you can see that there is a drive towards remedying these problems, and how it's happening is for a first time in Kenya, we've seen a manifesto that was not developed in air-conditioned, carpeted rooms. This was a manifesto that took the president, then he was a deputy president, around the country, 47 counties, spending hours on end, finding out what the problem is, what the malady is. After that, these suggestions, these proposals were concretized into a manifesto. But it did not end there. The manifesto has now been changed into a plan. It is a plan that has been shared with the elected leaders. It is a plan that is being shared with the appointed leaders. Now, the execution of this plan is going to actually depend on the personal enterprise, not only of the president himself, not only of the leaders, but also the personal enterprise and industry of every Kenyan. So much so that we do not just burden the president alone with the task of reforming this country. This country will take, yes, the effort of the president, the leadership of the president, the leadership of elected leaders and appointed leaders, but it shall take all of us coming together and recognizing that it doesn't matter how you voted. You cannot pray for your government to fail. You cannot pray for your president to fail. If the president fails, if your government fails, we all fail in it. So it is upon all of us to actually task ourselves with our duties. Let us, in our small jurisdictions, take charge of whatever it is that we are presiding over and do it right. If each one of us, 55 million of us, did what is right, then it will be, a sure bet. We will be winning as a country.
Mashujaa, I don't know how you're counting that. Now you say we're at 55 million, but anyway, we'll find out. But who's your hero today?
Well, my hero is a lady that we appointed from Dagoretti South constituency for the Mashujaa Award, and I'm so grateful that she won this award. This is a girl by the name Wawira Njiro. Wawira Njiro is behind a program called Food for Education. And it is because of our partnership as Dagoretti South constituency with Wawira Njiro that we are able to be the only constituency in Kenya with a comprehensive school feeding program, where we are feeding more than 10,000 children every day, doing 600 grams of lunch and a fruit every day out of our Dagoretti South NGCDF kitchen. This kitchen has a capacity to feed over 20,000 children. We are onboarding every day. So today as we speak, 10,000 children are having a meal, a balanced diet, 600 grams and a fruit every day. So this lady, because of her initiative, we nominated her for the Mashujaa Award. I'm so grateful that she's going to be among the awardees today. You can imagine, if it is doable in Dagoretti South, then it is doable in Kenya. A comprehensive school feeding program for our children.
Let me see your card. Well, it reads that the government of Kenya requests the pleasure of the company of John Kiari at the 2022 Mashujaa Day Parade in the distinguished presence of His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic, at the Uhuru Gardens. All right. All right. So you have.
Sam, are you the one admitting people? Am I admitted? Am I admissible into the stadium?
No, I think
from your reading of my card.
I think you have the card that allows you to be here.
I'm admissible.
Thank you so much, Honorable John Kiari.
Great for playing double duty. I'm seeing you're playing journalist and security today. Good work. Well done, Sam.
John Kiari is the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti South. Now, I have Salim Mvuria that I want to speak to. He's the nominee for Matters, Blue Economy, Maritime Affairs, and something else, and mining. Right. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Morning. How are you?
Salama sana. Tell me about, because for 3 days the vetting has been going on. You've seen your colleagues being vetted. You're yet to get your chance. What are your thoughts, and are you still prepared? I spoke to you late September. You were saying that you were preparing psychologically. Are you still prepared based on what you've seen?
Yes. Thank you very much, Sam. I'm very much prepared. I'm appearing on Saturday at 10:30 a.m. And therefore we will be discussing with the committee on the matters that will come on that day. But I want to take this opportunity today to say congratulations to all Kenyans for this happy Mashujaa Day, and in particular His Excellency President William Ruto He's going to lead us in this function, and therefore it's a function that reminds us of the tribulations that our other Kenyans pass through to make sure that our country is free and it can attain self-governance. So this is a very, very important day. But then away from our freedom fighters, I think in the middle we have had quite a number of heroes and heroines in sports and in artists and in any other fraternity who have contributed immensely into the fame, and they have had really a lot of effort to make our country known globally, and I think it's also an important day to remember them and to honor them.
Who's your hero today?
I think my hero is His Excellency President William Ruto. I think his history and what happened in the campaigns and finally in the elections, truly is a hero of our time.
All right. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa Salim Mvurya, former governor of Kwale County, but also the nominee for the cabinet secretary in charge of blue economy, mining, and maritime affairs. There's a gentleman we haven't seen in a long time. This is Ferdinand Waititu, the former governor, or the second governor of Kiambu County. Just briefly, if you can tell us your thoughts this morning and who your Shujaa is.
I have come to celebrate together with the other Kenyans. My Shujaa is our president. Mheshimiwa Dr. William Samoei Ruto. He has done something that has not been done before by anybody in this country. To come from a very humble background and climb up the ladder up to becoming a president of this country. And he's going to be an encouragement to everybody that if you work hard, you can be somebody. Right. And your dreams can become true. However, from whichever background you come from. Therefore, to me, he's my Shujaa in this country, and I believe we are going to have so many of his type in future. Right. Yeah, because he has come in as an example of how truly Kenya can be democratic. Okay. Yes, and I thank everybody who elected him and who also believes in his dream that Kenya can be for everybody. And everybody has a place. Yeah.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Ferdinand Waititu, the former governor of Kiambu County, and of course making his entrance here to witness the celebrations of the Mashujaa Day. Stephen Leto and Chamtai Goen are also here at the Uhuru Gardens, and I want to toss it over to Stephen Leto. Over to you.
Absolutely. Governor Babayao, the second governor of Kiambu County.
Ni kweli kwamba ni maadhimisho ya Mashujaa Day inayofanyika hapa katika bustani ya Uhuru, na tumetangamana tu na wananchi ili tuweze kujua ni yepi wanayakusema ama wana maono yepi kuhusu Mashujaa Day ya tarehe 20 Oktoba. Ni Mashujaa Day ama ni siku ambayo Wakenya, baadhi ya Wakenya wamejitokeza kushuhudia, ambayo imekisiwa kwamba ndio sherehe ya kwanza ya Rais William Ruto kama rais wa taifa la Kenya. Kwa hivyo kwa upesi sana labda nisikie tu maoni ya wananchi. Tuanze na wewe ndugu, tuelezee jina lako na mbona umefika hapa. Tuanzie hapa.
Nashukuru Stephen Leto, kwa majina naitwa Elikana Nyakundi. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Mukuru kwa Njenga hapa Nairobi. Nimefika hapa siku ya leo. Kwanza kabla niseme hilo, ningependa kuwashukuru wazazi wangu Charles Onchoke na mamangu Concepta Mora, ambao ndio mashujaa wangu. Vile vile MCA wangu Francis Kimondo Kiragu, MCA Mukuru kwa Njenga, ambaye ndiye amefanya siku ya leo tumekuja kwa hii sherehe. Mimi ni mara yangu ya kwanza kufika sherehe kama hii ya kitaifa. Nashukuru kwa sababu wananchi baada ya uchaguzi hatukumwaga damu. Hiyo tunashukuru Mungu. Vile vile tumekuja leo tusikie rais wetu mpendwa William Ruto ana yepi ya kutueleza. Vile unaona kweli uchumi umesoroteka kabisa. Mwananchi wa kawaida kweli ameumia, lakini tunamuomba Mheshimiwa Rais vile vile na baraza lake aweze kupunguza bei ya zile bidhaa muhimu. Vile vile vijana hatuna kazi. Wasichana tumeumia kabisa. Vile vile akina mama wamama wajane. So ningeomba tu kwa ufupi tu, Mheshimiwa Rais, tunatarajia hotuba wake ya siku ya leo kwa sherehe ya kitaifa. Vile vile tusikie na yapi ambaye ametupangia na tuletea. Nikishukuru sana wananchi wale tumetoka nao wengi, Mukuru kwa Njenga, vile vile Mheshimiwa Kimondo. Thank you. MC kwa Njenga.
Tunaona kwamba kuna baadhi ya waliofika hapa wana furaha chungu nzima, wakijumuika tu na bendi ambayo ina promosha muziki katika bustani hii. Najaribu kutafuta mama mmoja hapa tuzungumzie. Naona mama ana furaha kabisa. Mama, naona una furaha kabisa. Labda utuelezee furaha ni ya nini na unahisi, tutakushikia. Unahisi vipi?
Nahisi mzuri juu ya kufurahia Kenya yetu leo Madaraka Day, wakati tulipata uhuru. Na nikasikia niko free juu naona president mpya ameingia watano. Nafurahia juu ya amani na upendo.
Unajua leo president mpya William Ruto unatarajia azungumzie masuala gani kama wewe kama Mkenya?
Natarajia tuzungumzie vile tutaendelea na vile tutaishi na Kenya ikuwe na amani hivyo, na Mungu atujalie tunyeshe mvua juu sai unaona vile tuko na sinda. Tuna kazi, vijana wetu wana kazi. Na arudishe kazi mtaani. Ya wenyezi ndio watoto wetu wengi wanapika watu ngeta, hakuna kazi, hakuna nini. Ende Mungu atamjalia juu alichukua hiyo sukaji juzi. Tuwezi tukamuona anafanya kazi juu anafanya kazi mahali anaweza, juu alikuta Kenya ikiwa open kila kitu hakuna.
Na je, watu wengi wanalalamika kuhusu swala la kuwa na bei ya unga iko juu, bei ya bidhaa iko juu. Je, wewe umeathirika kivipi?
Mimi siwezi kusema bei ya unga iko juu, sasa hakuna mvua. Na president ameingia juzi kwa kiti na amekuta kitu hakuna kwa bangi au nini. Kwa president yule ametoka amepagia bangi kila kitu. Mahindi hakuna, mvua hakuna. Sasa tutavumilia mpaka mvua inyeshe na Mungu atujalie Kenya yetu. Na Mungu atatujalia tukae na amani na upendo na tuache kumsumbua kumuongoneza ati anapandisha vitu kile kitu. Hapana, sio yeye anapandisha. Tuombe mvua inyeshe ndio tupate unga na ndio kile kitu iteremke juu kama hakuna mvua hakuna maisha mazuri.
Labda na wewe mama tuelezee jina lako na unahisi vipi leo?
Kwa majina naitwa Margaret, nahisi poa. Sasa hii tumekuja kushukuru Mungu kwanza juu ya kutupea the fifth William Ruto. Na tunashukuru Mungu. Kitu tumekuja kufurahia ni siku ya leo. Tuko tunatarajia ati Ruto atakuwa president na tushatarajia. Sasa tumekuja kuhakikisha ni yeye.
Kwa hivyo wewe kama Mkenya unapitia changamoto gani ambayo unataka rais mpya ashughulikie kwa dharura?
Changamoto ni mingi juu sasa kama kazi hatuna, watoto hawana kazi na maisha imekuwa chini.
Umoja ndo nguzo ya letu taifa, pamoja tushikamane, iwe vijana wa mama na hata wazee, pamoja tushikamane, maana Kenya inatuhitaji sisi sote, pamoja tukasimame kuipigania nchi yetu Kenya, kuziboresha mipaka zetu Kenya, na kulinda amani ya taifa la Kenya, kwa ushirikiano sisi sote Kenya, kuipigania nchi yetu Kenya, kuziboresha mipaka zetu Kenya, na kulinda amani ya taifa. Watalii huja nchi yenye amani, vijana wazee tuzingatie amani. Kenya nchi yetu twajivunia, maana kwenye utalii tuko na sana, tuko namba moja, tunasherekea taifa letu tukufu, pamoja twajivunia. Kina mama tushikane mikono, tujenge nchi yetu Kenya. Na wazee tukashikane mikono, tujenge nchi yetu Kenya. Na vijana tushikane mikono, tujenge nchi yetu Kenya. Kenya yenye amani, amani. Kenya yenye upendo, upendo. Kenya yenye uzalendo, pamoja tuijenge Kenya. Kenya yenye amani, amani. Kenya yenye upendo, upendo. Kenya yenye uzalendo, pamoja tuijenge Kenya. Kenya ni nchi yangu, mimi na wewe. Kenya ni nchi yangu mama, taifa langu. Kenya ni nchi yangu mama, 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 mama. Mimi na wewe. Kenya ni nchi yangu dada, 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 dada. Taifa langu. Kenya ni nchi yangu mama, 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 mama. Mimi na wewe. Kenya ni nchi yangu mama, taifa langu.
Haya, tuwapongeze kwa makofi. Asante sana. Kama una kijibendera, hebu peperusha angani nione, peperusha kwa vigelegele, wanafunzi, kwa vigelegele. Wacha nione upande huu wa kulia, kwa vigelegele, peperusha. Asante. Studio.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Alhamdulillah Mwenyezi Mungu naomba sije nipata mimi lenye fanasa. Ole waro nishasema kabisa, nafsi kwa kweli ni mtihani raba. Ngoja tunjia wajalaliwe rabana, ngoja tunjia wajalaliwe rabana. Alhamdulillah Mwenyezi Mungu naomba sije nipata mimi lenye fanasa. Ole waro nishasema kabisa, nafsi kwa kweli ni mtihani raba. Ngoja tunjia wajalaliwe rabana, ngoja tunjia wajalaliwe rabana. Shibala shoti shamanya, Edida kuyanza. Shibala shoti shamanya, Edida kuyanza. Abantu bose babolanga nanana, Edida kuyanza. Abantu bose babolanga bedina, Edida kuyanza. Timba 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 rela, timbayo. 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 Shibala shoti shamanya, Edida kuyanza. Shibala shoti shamanya, baby wanje, Edida kuyanza. Baby amba kutimuta anini, Edida kuyanza. Baby wanje amba tikulole mama, Edida kuyanza. Baby wanje amba kutikulole papa, Edida kuyanza. Abantu bose babolanga bedina, Edida kuyanza. Abantu bose babolanga bedina, Edida kuyanza. Timba 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 rela, ayo. Timba 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 rela, ayo. Timba 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 rela, ayo. Timba 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 rela, ayo.
About because leadership, we are privileged to be speaking to you in English and to be talking about this because we are among the very few lucky people. And because we should focus on how to move Kenya forward in our area of expertise and not focus on the politics. Now we are finished to siasa.
Yeah.
We cannot be in politics mode for another 5 years, surely.
All right.
We need to be able to achane na yaliyopita, and then we focus. We don't forget, but we keep it as something that catalyzes us to move forward.
Yeah. Dignitaries continue to arrive at the Uhuru Gardens there. You can see the latest arrival there is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, just getting into the podium. That means the event is about to kick off officially any time from now. Dr. Gola, you had something to add on this conversation before we talk about healthcare now.
Yeah, I had two things here. Yeah. One is that a national prosperity is created, is not inherited. So there should be a means of a mindset of Kenyans waiting and say, serikali tafanya. Let us move to a mode whereby we have to create this prosperity. And if I can just give a number, forget about Milan when Mashujaa talked about. Let's get out of Kenya and talk about a few numbers here, isn't it? DRC has $24 trillion worth of minerals. DRC is the second populous nation in Africa. DRC has the largest cobalt producer in the world, second copper in the world. Now, DRC is the 40th country in terms of happiness in Africa, which means that people in DRC are number 48 in terms of happiness, but everything they are number 1 out of 54. You understand? Which means that even us as a nation, we want to be happy because we have more piece of land. We won't be happy because we have tourism. We'll be happy if we convert land, tourism, natural resources into productivity. And there are two ways for a country to be rich. One, build on natural resources. You can find countries like the Middle East, they are rich because of that. If you come to a country like Mauritius, it has no natural resources, but it has developed human resource. So that's the first thing I want to do. So Kenyans, we need to put our mind shift into creating our prosperity, not thinking we shall inherit it. The second thing I'll say is that, according to Kim Wan-yung, he said, we don't equalize results, but we equalize opportunities. So His Excellency William Ruto, the challenge that he has is not to give you the results. It's not to make you richer. It's not to make everybody become rich. But his work is to ensure everybody has equal access to opportunities that can make them prosper. And for example, our reform should focus more on creating equal opportunities. And with equal opportunities, no one should say others are richer than others. That's why I don't blame those people who have wealth. They work for it. The founding father of state, let me just put this clearly. He comes from Gatundu, isn't it? He was living there. He moved from there to live with his aunt here in Nairobi, where he went to school. And going to school, he learned how to count 1 to 10 and knew how to read English. He earned his first money by working for Nairobi Water Company, and with that first money, he started creating wealth, isn't it? My grandfather was marrying more women, isn't it, in the village. It explains why I'm poor and why he is rich. So the difference is what you do with the resources you have, rather than pointing fingers, so-and-so has more, so-and-so has more. Thank you very much.
Okay. Trevor, well, I hear what Dr. is saying. But there are some personal histories that actually are not what are said to be. You know, I know, and I have read and I have heard a lot about the first president here, and what he was and what he continues to be. You know, and he never moved to an auntie's place. You know, the man was simply lucky. You know, that he was accommodated in the house of Senior Chief Waiyaki, Wahinga, and because Watson was establishing, or the Watson family, Christian family, was establishing a school in that area, you know, and Kenyatta, the young boy, was there. They agreed, even with Oronana, the man from Narok, that let the boy be admitted here because he would be in a lot of trouble. That was a rescue center for him. It was not about, there was plan for school. But I don't want to discuss that one until maybe later.
But the point is that
but the other thing I want to talk about is this. The reason why these discussions should continue, even on national TV and radio, is because this is where the policy articulation sometimes starts. And we are actually talking to the managers of this state to say that there are things that they should do, right? For whatever resources we have to make meaning in our lives and economies, you know? And that is why I'm talking about land. That is why Daktari is talking about the minerals in Congo. If the policies and the laws are not protective of those resources, they become useless to the people, you know? While they become number one to us, and we are the biggest resource, then we are still number 54 in Africa because we don't utilize them. And therefore, Ruto and his government need to think about these things. How do we reverse, you know, the processes so that the people can benefit from their resource and labor, number one. Number two, are we going to be governing this state again with the insatiable appetite for accumulation of land, of money, of buildings, of cars, etc.? You know, how do they assist us? Because I think we have got to go against some of those things. And as the president, who appears to be enjoying popularity here, then it is him to be able to change the attitudes of these people. In 1961, with all the support that Tanzania had, you know, for all the way from 1957, you know, 54, to 1961, Nyerere was elected. And what is it that Nyerere did? Of course, a lot of people talk against Nyerere because he appeared to be socialist thinking. But when you are talking about your people and their plight and their future, you need to employ every tact in the world, including that African culture, that be united, call everybody your brother, so that the brother can assist you in time of need. Ruto, with his popularity, needs to move out to communities, not to talk about Uhuru, not to talk about what we were messed with. He was part of it from 1991 to now. He has still been part of it. Let him stop that and start talking positively about reconstructing the brain and the mind and the thinking of this nation. And we shall be okay. Now, when it comes to experts like Dr. Ogola here, you know, why would you want to employ characters who are not gone to school to talk about fishing and industries, and you are living economies like this one, wrote in a classroom with the 20-year-olds? Please get some of these people to your conferences. Let them contribute ideas, you know, that can be able to reverse all this.
Trevor, just 1 minute.
Yes.
I thank you very much for clarifying. That's why when we bring even information that might not be accurate, we get senior people like you to correct, isn't it? Yeah. So thank you.
But I can continue with it.
Yes. So the second thing I wanted to say is that if you look at why Singapore was behind us at independence, now we are celebrating Mashujaa Day, we are far much behind Singapore. They employed what you said. They used the best and brightest.
Yes.
They picked their best and brightest. So now when someone cries his way to the cabinet, crying, you can now tear your way to the cabinet.
Yeah.
You can put crying in your CV as one of the qualifications to get a job in a country like Kenya. In this time when Singapore, 50 years ago, used their best and brightest, here you're using the ones who can cry the most to the cabinet. We can ask ourselves, are we progressing or retrogressing?
Correct.
But I told you guys in the panel, we cannot whine. We are experts, Mheshimiwa, you an ambassador, we must offer solution. Because the president must succeed. The people who are dying of hunger are dying today. The ones who are houseless, they're houseless today. The ones sick are sick today. We cannot wait for him to miss his term. I heard someone say on Twitter, Maliza Wende. No, that's not a good attitude. He has to succeed because 10 years ago, how many people would have lost their livelihoods if we are waiting for him to finish? We have to solve the problem. That's why I said, first of all, wish him well, but also let him listen to experts, best and brightest.
All right. And David Ohito is saying DRC is not the second most populous nation in Africa. It's Nigeria, followed by Ethiopia. But let's cross over to Chemutai Goin.
But that is true.
And Hassan Mugambi was standing by at Uhuru Gardens in the latest there. Good morning, guys. Is a tempo picking up now? Are we about to begin? Chemutai and Hassan, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Trevor Ombija from studio. Nam kama tulivyo wa shule ambao wameweza kufika katika eneo hili, ukiwaona tu labda Mohamed Adam kama anaweza akawa ni mwenye kuonyesha jinsi ambavyo mihemko hiyo ya watoto ipo katika uga huu wa bustani ya Uhuru, ambapo sherehe hii ya kihistoria inafanyika. Ni sherehe ya kihistoria kwa sababu ni ya kwanza yake Rais William Ruto kama rais, na atakuwa na vile vile kabisa na kagua gwaride lile la heshima litakalokuwa lenye simamishwa safu zile za wanajeshi wana anga, wanajeshi wana maji na vile vile kabisa wanajeshi wa nchi kavu. Ni swala zima la kusubiri kuona jinsi mambo yatakavyokuwa, na mbali na hayo pia kutakuwa na ile march past ama yale matembezi ya maafisa wa usalama ambao watakuwa wanafanya matembezi yao ikiwa
Well, we apologize for that slight technical hitch there at the Uhuru Gardens. We'll cross over back to Chemtai and Hassan Mugambi. We can see the dignitaries already coming in. That's Anwar Guru, the COG chairperson, coming through, and also tonight they're at the back there, they're coming through to the venue. We've also seen this Speaker of the National Assembly has already arrived there as well. Anytime from now, the event will kick off officially. But let me bring back this conversation. And Ambassador Koki, you're the one who talked about healthcare earlier on. And from the president's speech, former president's speech, he mentioned something to do with the Management Equipment Services, MES project. And I'm picking from his speech here. He says the objective was to improve access to quality specialized healthcare services throughout the country, and which is fully funded by the government. They identified and equipped 115 hospitals with various theater equipment, 101 hospitals with various radiology and imaging equipment, 14 facilities with ICU equipment, and 54 facilities installed and commissioned renal equipment, including dialysis machines. So has healthcare been one of the improved sectors, or do we still have issues? Because that same MES that he mentioned, Management Equipment Services, the government, the county governors now want it repealed, because they're saying they have some equipment that is lying idle and they continue to pay huge sums of money for equipment they didn't need to begin with. Some don't even have the infrastructure to operate those equipment.
Thank you very much, Trevor. One of the things, I agree that there's been exponential growth in a lot of service delivery areas. You see, it is true that we have, I can actually give you an example. One of the things that I personally benefited from, one of my relatives who had cancer, we managed to have his treatment, his monthly treatment at Nairobi Hospital, covered all of it by NHIF.
Yeah.
That is something that we didn't have before. You can actually use your NHIF card to access services in hospitals. And we have seen the difference between hospitals that didn't have drugs and medical workers.
Yeah.
That you go to a hospital and you actually get everything from the hospital and you use your NHIF card. So there's been some reforms and there's been some service provision in healthcare. Pregnant moms and expectant moms, they have a card, Inua Mama, and you get maternity facilities in hospitals without paying anything. It has saved lives and addressed issues of maternal mortality and infant mortality. There has been progress. And of course, there has been some of the failures because of maybe bad planning or because of wrong prioritization or because of wrong sequencing or because of investing in the wrong priorities. And it is a learning process. That's why I'm saying I like to be optimistic. I look at what we have done very well and build on that, and then see where we have made mistakes and then correct that. There's nothing wrong with repealing a program if it doesn't give you what you hoped that it would give you. You repeal it to make it better and try to resolve it. If you have equipment, like for example, one of the biggest problems we had in my county, I come from Kitui, we still have to travel to Nairobi or to Machakos to get some of the diagnosis because we don't have the equipment, because maybe we didn't sign for it because of politics and so on, and also because of politicizing service delivery. That's why I'm saying, like, for example, one of the things we forget is that the government is the least employer like I think we employ maybe 900,000 people, and out of the millions of people, 40 million people who are able to work are in the private sector, informal sector, and so on and so forth. And that's why the government needs to focus on its functions and the role. The role of government is to facilitate, to create an enabling environment, to ensure that we have physical responsibility. to ensure that national resources are equitably and fairly distributed, so that it goes to inject and to stimuli the place where that stimuli is required.
Yeah.
And it is very important to remember that, and there's a lot of noise around government. Serikali, serikali, serikali. Everything you want, government, government. No, we must really understand the concept of government. Because every employee, the business of government is not to bake the national cake. It's to facilitate those who are baking the national cake, and to ensure that they have electricity, they have water, they have security, which is what we must, all those services. And the licensing process, applying for license, is a short period. They have all these kinds of policies that bring discipline in all the sectors that I was talking about. So that is the focus. And Kenyans should remove themselves from looking into government for all the solutions. They should look for government to facilitate. It's an enabler. And therefore it provides for me security, so that I'm able to do business, 24-hour business.
Okay.
It provides me with an enabling environment, licensing process, that I'm not harassed by the police or by who, and so on and so forth. Okay. And that is why I was saying, for me, for example, those projections, it is true, the government doesn't even do all that. It enables people to do that. And then it says, because of my enabling you and by facilitating you, I can claim these kind of successes in what we have done. And that's why I'm saying that we should be positive in the manner in which we want to move Kenya forward.
All right, let me hear what Gadango says. I'll come to you, Dr. Gwen.
Yeah, but just
and live within our means. We must learn to live within our means, especially the government.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow this up, to say this.
Yeah.
That while we are talking about, the plight of Kenyans, we should always remember that we can talk about every sector, but the internal security, which includes food security, includes the health services and the physical security when we are talking about the defense, should be number one, because it gives the citizen pride, self-pride. How? That it is without food that we are going to have disturbed body health. And therefore, the government concentrates on building dispensaries, health centers, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But that could be minimized if the food that we take is nutritious. That's why I'm very worried about the introduction of GMO, for example. How does GMO assist us, as a people for our health? Or in our health. If it doesn't, we need to rethink about why. It is okay to fill our stomachs, but we are not going to fill our stomachs even with poisons, for us to be able to say that we are feeding the people, And while we are saying all this, I believe that our president is a biologist. He is a botanist. He knows what it means that good food, nutritious food, helps his citizens. And when we eat nicely, then we shall have to reduce the establishment and building of dispensaries and hospitals, and there is no country that is going to joke around with us. For example, you have a few countries in East Africa teasing Kenya that we can be in Nairobi in 14 days. I don't know, we can be able to wipe you out in the North Province, Ethiopia is still, and so forth and so forth. Why? Because they know, and Museveni was saying it the other day, and I know Museveni knows me, and I want to tell him not to speak that way, because that is creating insecurity, for East Africa. Because when he starts talking about the disadvantages and the inabilities and the weaknesses of Kenya, then what he is actually telling us is that Kenya should start preparing against them. And we don't want that. But there is something he is saying. Most of Kenya is arid. Most of Kenya is arid. That is Museveni the day before yesterday. And so we are better than them because even the most foolish Ugandans, according to him, is able to access food. All right? Nutritious food.
Yeah.
If we are in trouble, we can be able to conquer those pharaohs because they have no food.
Okay.
No, and so these are statements that are actually aimed at telling our security systems and arms that it is not about how many bullets you have. It is about how much nutritious food do you have that can be able to prepare your people ready, not only for good sleep, but also just in case we are threatened.
Dr. Gola, you wanted to come in?
First of all, what Mheshimiwa has said is interesting, and I may want to take a position on that. And let me just agree on the economics of war. A country that is starving cannot afford war. And that's where Museveni is coming from. Because if you are fighting and you have no food, the fight can go on. In fact, millions of money have been used by American government when they were doing Gulf War I, Gulf War II. And Museveni is saying, do you know why there was war in some part of Uganda for a long time? Because they can afford it, because people, after fighting, you go eat. But after fighting, you go hungry, you won't come back tomorrow and fight, just like football and work. So maybe that is economics. But now that means that for Kenya to have internal security, you must cure what is called the physiological one, because even Maslow pyramid talks about physiological is when security.
That's right.
But if you put security first where you're buying guns and you have not bought food for people, then those people cannot fight on empty stomachs. So internal security should even involve the issue of food security. So that is an important point that Mheshimiwa has brought. Then I wanted to say the following, that the issue of health, we are still fighting the three things we wanted to fight on independence. Poverty, disease, and ignorance. And let me tell you what, where do you start? Do you start by making people rich first before you educate them? Or you start by curing disease? But what I'm trying to say, there should be a prolonged strategy, a full-thrown strategy that address this thing at a go. Because if you focus on their head, you lose their stomach and they are gone. And if you focus, for example, on their pocket, and you forget about their head, also they are gone. So this is a very interesting approach that you have to have a full-thrown approach on how to tackle the three. Then secondly, and I will weigh this to what Ambassador Koki talked about, people are thinking that the country will solve their problem. It won't. In fact, let me tell you what, and this can be heartbreaking, that there are three types of presentation, isn't it? One is called private sector. They were born to be efficient and to be effective because they use dollar, they talk about ROI, isn't it? And then there's the NGO. The more noise they make, the more funding they attract. So that's an NGO, they have a different model. Then we come to government, which should talk about what's called public good. A government was never meant to be efficient. They were never born on efficiency, and they'll never deliver efficiency. They deliver a functional state. For example, Ambassador, you'll agree with me. When you're working as an ambassador, if you want to buy this one pen, you may have a workshop in Naivasha to spend maybe 100,000 shillings to have a committee confirm you need to buy this pen, unless you want to buy with your money. But they don't care how much money has been spent to decide on buying this pen. But efficiency shows that, why are you having a committee? Go buy the pen. Like now at Citizen Trevor, if you want a pen to be bought for you by a citizen, there's a process, isn't it? But you can just go to the bookshop and buy. So I'm trying to say that's not efficiency. They were meant to be functional. So that means what? Security should function, food security should function, all logistics should function, peace should prevail, so that every working Kenyan do not put anything on their head asking, oh, will the president ensure I'm safe? The government should provide a functional system to allow all of us thrive so that we can succeed. Then last but not least, this is hope amid hopelessness now. That let me tell you what, Kenyans, let us learn to do business with government, even if you are not in government, because all of us are in government. In fact, I want to fault those saying that if you're an Azimio, you cannot apply for jobs in Kenya Kwanza. No, all of us are paying taxes. We are all baking the cake. So unless you exempt me from paying taxes, you shall tell me not to work in this government. All of us must work. Don't think that tenders in government are meant for some people. You apply. Some of us are too much afraid. Just apply, look and learn how to do business with government, because it is the largest actually purchaser, it is the largest consumer, and also policies of government. Don't wait. Now, even if you're an Azimio, take the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza government, read and look for the opportunities there. Don't wait and say we are waiting for Azimio to win in the next election. It's too far. Let us just look for opportunities in government. Let us understand how to work with government. And maybe people like Ambassador Koki and Mheshimiwa should be training people. How can actually people work with government? Because let me tell you
not by going to public rallies and telling Mr. President, I have got so much problems. Why don't you assist?
Yes, learn how to do business with government, because that is the only thing that is going to secure your future. Because I can tell you, and this is a bad statistics again, 1% of Kenyan entrepreneurs control 99% of Kenyan's national revenue, meaning that all businesses are done in Kenya. 1% of Kenyans are controlling that. Leaving 99, fighting for 1%. When can we break that border from that 1%? For example, the hustler president, hustler government, and bottoms up should now tell us after 5 years that now we have moved from when 1% of the gross national revenue is controlled by 99% is controlled by 1% of the Kenyan entrepreneurs to now, let's say, 90 or 80. Me, I like numbers because as economists, in God we trust, the rest give us the numbers.
You verify.
Yes.
Thank you, Trevor. I want to return us back to the day today. And as I say, what are we celebrating? Why are we here today? We are here today to celebrate Mashujaa.
Yeah.
Who are the Mashujaa? How do we identify the Mashujaas? And how do we celebrate them? There was a clip there that we were watching that somebody said that those that are being recognized represent millions of those that don't get recognized because perhaps they are not known that they exist, even though they are Shujaas.
Yeah.
I can tell you, for every Kenyan is a Shujaa in one way or the other. But there are those that have done exemplary things that we recognize them because we want them to be role models or to provide the incentives for others to be like them.
Yeah.
So a person that is getting an award must be somebody, when you look at them, they inspire you by themselves, by what they say or by what they do. And that is one of the most important things that I think that it is like the system of you reward people not because of what they have done, but because of what they can do to the rest of the population.
Yeah.
Like if you look at Kipchoge, when I look at him, happy things happen to me. I feel happy everywhere because he represents Kenya, and he's a Kenyan, and his resilience, his determination, his commitment, his help, his humility, his leadership, his example is something that inspires everybody. We may not all be runners, but we aspire to be like him in other ways. And those are the heroes that we need to celebrate.
Okay.
There are also heroes that have gone through a lot of hardships and have emerged winners because they believe, because of commitment. So I wanted to raise this issue for two reasons. One, it is becoming clear to me that the majority of us don't know what is the function and the role of government. I think we need to find a way to educate the population about what the government does and how you can work and interact with your government and what role you have to play.
Okay.
Each one of us as a Kenyan, we have a function, a duty, a responsibility to protect our government to protect our constitution and to ensure that patriotism is our national value in Article 10.
Right.
So for me, what I am saying, like for example, in this Mashujaa, it is very difficult, Trevor, for me to take a form and fill the form and say, I need to be given CBS, or is it what? OGW, because I have done this, I have done that. Yeah. You know, I mean, it is really, I can't imagine Mheshimiwa jazaring a form and saying that, you know what I did. And then a committee looks at Mheshimiwa's application and says, I don't think he qualifies. Or I think he doesn't qualify for HGH, he qualifies for House. I mean, HSC. Yeah. And you decide. I mean, for me, it just is wrong.
Okay. Let's go.
Just to add something very small before you go, Obija, is that heroism in the marathon, for example, is different in this manner, that you have the Greek Peripedes who is at the war front, battle, right? And his squads are being eliminated. And the Pharaoh is worried because he doesn't know how to get to the rear administrative center to tell them that wameisha. So the Pharaoh runs for about 40 kilometers to go and tell the general that we are in trouble. Please bring replacements and reinforcements. You know, he was not paying the coin, but he was told, go to the tent and rest. Let us do the rest. Now, that is a hero. When you come to a man who has been going to the gym from 4 a.m., you know, to practice so that he can be able to win the weightlifting, so that he can be able to win the marathon, that is not the hero that I will be looking at myself. Because the man or the woman is looking at the shilling. He is not looking at saving anybody. He is not looking at assisting anybody. He is looking at himself. Nevertheless, when it comes to organizing other gymnasiums and recruiting young people who we think have got talents, and he is growing them, the heroism now is in that. You know, growing the younger people to be like him for the future. That is all right. But so what is it that we are awarding? Are we awarding the marathon in London, or are we awarding because of the young people that have been grown here? That should be made clear so that we don't mistake that if I went building Mabati houses for my mother, then I am a hero. You know.
Let me cross over to Uhuru Gardens, where Chemtai and Hassan Mugambi are now standing by. I've seen the presidential cruiser just getting ready there. It means the event is about to kick off anytime from now. But let's listen to Chemtai Goin and Hassan Mugambi. Chemtai, good morning. How is it right now? Are we ready?
Role model.
Well, Trevor, yes, ready to go, and it is 10:45 right now, and according to the program, 10:40 a.m., the Guard of Honor is expected to march into possession, and we are already seeing signals of that. We've seen the band has already organized itself, and we expect them to come in now. This was after the arrival of key individuals that have been listed in the program, including the governor of Nairobi, the Supreme Court President Martha Koome. We've also seen Speaker of the National Assembly Moses Wetangula and his Senate counterpart Amason Kingi. All of them now at the dais. We've seen various representatives from different countries that have also come in to join the country as it marks its Mashujaa Day celebrations. And joining me, of course, here is Hassan Mugambi. Just, of course, once again, let's do a recap of the military parade that we are expected to witness here. It is the first national celebration that President William Ruto will be presiding over, of course, as President of the Republic of Kenya, as the 5th President. And and a lot is expected here. Of course, we will see him do that lap of honor. We saw him do it in Kasarani when he was sworn in as president, but then today will be his first since, of course, he took over office.
Yes, and just to recognize the arrival of Musalia Mudavadi, the nominee for Chief Minister. He has just gotten into the stadium, and right now, just in time to be received by the Nairobi governor. And he gets into the stadium at a time where the service commanders are preparing to receive the parade that will be mounting the guard of honor on behalf of to be inspected by the President of the Republic of Kenya when he comes in here, because we have already seen, according to now the protocol of arrival, we have seen the Chief Justice, both speakers of the National Assembly and the Senator here, and now we have seen the arrival of Chief Minister nominee, that is Musalia Mudavadi. And what we're going to see right now is the arrival of Rigathi Gachagua, who is the Deputy President. Before now, the guest of honor, who is the President, arrives. And if you can just see on that other, around the entrance, we're seeing the fanfare party of the military already there, and they will be welcoming the President to announce the arrival of the President. Then there and then the presidential standard is going to be opened to just signify that the head of state and the commander-in-chief of the Kenya Defense Forces is around. Right now, marching into the stadium is the parade that will be mounting a guard of honor for the President to inspect here. His first tri-service parade that he will be inspecting, that is comprising of the Kenya Navy, Kenya Air Force and Kenya Army, as well as a march past that we haven't seen for a period of time that there was COVID-19 in the country. They cut down even the parade and as well as the parties they usually march past. We see contingents of the military officers will be leading the way as now we head to the National Police, then Administration Police, the GSU, as well as the Scout as well. There's something that we have not seen for a very long time. So it will be brewing or bring about some form of excitement here in this particular grounds, the Uhuru Gardens grounds, very historic in as far as the independence of this country is concerned.
Well, Hassan, we can already see, of course, like you said, the military, the contingents of the military are already coming in. Once they set up that parade, we expect the arrival of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, and of course accompanied by his spouse. Then we will see First Lady Rachel Ruto checking into the gardens. Then, of course, now the arrival of the Commander-in-Chief and the fifth President, William Ruto. But then just looking at also what is expected, we've also already seen even senior military officials have already lined up as the parade is being mounted, of course, as a sign of respect and what comes. But then everyone is anxious to see who are these individuals that today will be honored at this event. We know there's a list of 230 individuals cutting across different sectors of the Republic, different age groups from young to old, that will be honored today in this 59th Mashujaa Day celebration, which of course years back was celebrated the founding leaders of the Republic of Kenya, but then over time a lot has changed. What is considered heroism is changing over time, and of course we have even modern day heroes, and it does not necessarily mean that you have to be very old to be a hero. There are young people that are making an impact in society, making an impact in the nation by decisions they make. We've seen very young children taking up the role of dealing with issues of climate change and environment and trying to do that cleanup. So of course we would be waiting to see that list. But then other than that, when Stephen Leto spoke to members of the public, you saw a myriad of expectations that members of the public have with the leadership that has taken charge, that has come in place when a lot is happening. There's the rising cost of living, there are many pressing needs that Kenyans have been facing, and they expect the leadership to come up with solutions solutions. But just looking also at the numbers here, it is quite notable, Hassan, that the turnout is quite low. There's been very slow movement of members of the public who've come in, and it is expected that maybe as even time goes that maybe the numbers will increase. But then you also know that security arrangements here have been heightened. Maybe that is also a factor that could be hindering the high turnout. Or is it just that Kenyans feel that there's a lot going on and little to celebrate?
Well, it's a question of wait and see whether or not it will be, we will be seeing people and filling up the place is a question of wait and see. But of course, what we have seen here, and this is like the third National Day being celebrated here, and we did see the previous times that it was full to the brim. This is around a 20,000 capacity grounds, and people came in their numbers to be here and celebrate those days. But today, we do not see such a big number of Kenyans especially. And like you say, because of security arrangements, once the president checks in, then the gates will be closed, no further entry or exit until such a time that the president leaves the place. So we are expecting that perhaps if there are those that are making their way and to come here, they are supposed to do that in a very, very, fast manner rather than just delaying further. So we are seeing the arrival of more and more VIPs, and we will be just getting to see who is that is making their way right now. But the service commanders have already received the parade, the contingents of officers that will be mounting the guard of honor, and we are waiting now to see who are the ones that are arriving right now.
And we anticipate that possibly it could be maybe Dorcas Rigathi, because we know there's an arrangement that has already been outlined in the program in terms of arrival. We do not anticipate that any maybe political leader will be arriving at this time. We anticipate that will be one of the members of the presidency that is arriving, because looking at the time, any time from now, that is actually Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and Dorcas Rigathi, his spouse, arriving here. And of course, we know now there should be movement now from the House on the Hill, as also the first family now checks into Uhuru Gardens and for the event to officially commence. Yes, but that was Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and Dorcas Gachagua arriving for the event. And Hassan, just give us, because of military precision and the time that has been outlined even in the program in terms of arrival of the president, how many minutes should it be before the president gets here?
Well, once you see the deputy president having arrived at a presidential function, that means that the president is also en route. So the president is also mobile. So within any minute from now, we'll be seeing the arrival of the president, that is President William Ruto, to see, and a lot of expectations are there today from the duo who will be speaking, because according to the program and according to the norm is that the area governor, that is Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, will be taking to the stage to make his inaugural address in such a function. Yet then it will be his duty now to invite the deputy president, who will make his remarks briefly. Then, because the day belongs to the president, he will be making his speech. So all those who will be speaking before the president are expected to make their remarks very, very brief, so that they don't take away the day from the man of the moment, who is the president of the Republic of Kenya. So any moment from now, just as you can see in the grounds already, with the parade already at a stand, and we are seeing the service commanders just headed to take their seats and then the Kenya Defence Forces Chief of General Kibochi will be headed now towards outside. Yes, there he is. He will be headed outside to receive the Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, and then once President Ruto arrives, Rachel Ruto, the First Lady, will make her way fast and take the stand before now the President drives in into the stadium or the grounds atop the ceremonial Land Rover, where he will be doing the lap of honor to just to give salutation to the people of Kenya who are here in these particular grounds. Then he takes his stand at the parade dais, the small dais there, the presidential dais, where he will be the national anthem and the East African anthem will play before now the parade adjutant comes in to say that, or rather to request him to inspect the guard of honor. So that is what is expected today, and everyone will sit down after he does that.
And maybe, Trevor, I know you've possibly addressed this, but this event is also being carried out in the other 46 counties. The county governors and the county commissioners will be presiding over that event to allow some members of the public in different parts of the country to be able to witness, of course, the splendor of that event, celebrate that event, and also for the county governor to, of course, address the individuals that elected him or her into office, talking about the plans they have for that region. So it's technically just a day for the country, while it is also honoring its heroes and heroines. Is also just a moment. It's also a moment of reflection. It gives time for people off work to take a time of reflection and try to think about what is happening. Lakini labda Hassan, kidogo kwa wale ambao ni wasikizaji wetu ama watazamaji wetu wa Kiswahili, tunajua kuwa sherehe hii ni ya tatu kufanyika katika uwanja huu wa Uhuru Gardens Memorial Square, na ni ya tatu kufanyika tangu uwanja huu kufanyiwa ile tunasema renovation kidogo, kutengenezwa. Kuna masuala kadhaa ambayo yanaendelea katika uwanja huu, umewekwa kama museum, yani ambapo Wakenya wanaweza kuja kuangalia mambo ya kihistoria, mambo ambayo yalifanyika hapo awali, wanafunzi kupata mafunzo. Labda kidogo tueleze, najua umeweza kutembea kidogo katika eneo hili na unaelewa vizuri yale ambayo yako katika eneo hili.
Na bila shaka ni swala la kupigiwa mfano, kuona jinsi ambavyo Wakenya wameweza kutengenezewa yale maeneo ama makavazi ya kuja kuzuru tu na kujua jinsi ambavyo historia ya taifa hili, pale ambapo tulitoka na pale ambapo tunaelekea katika vikosi mbalimbali vya taifa hili, ikiwa ni pamoja na vikosi vya polisi, vya kijeshi. Makavazi yale yanagusia kila kitu ya turathi ya taifa hili, ikizingatiwa kwamba ina maeneo mbalimbali, ikiwa ni pamoja na ile inajulikana kama Tunnel of Martyrs, na yaliyo na majina ya watu kuanzia Mekatilili wa Menza hadi kwa yule ambaye afisa ambaye alifariki hapo jana katika shughuli ya kulinda taifa hili. Kama kunayo basi jina lake litapatikana katika ile Tunnel of Martyrs, ambao wanakuwa ni wenye kuenzi tu wale ambao walitutangulia na kutupigania, na wanakuwa ni wenye kuenziwa. Na nafikiri leo ni siku ambayo pia wale, manake kama walipoteza maisha yao wakifanyia taifa hili kitu kimoja ama kingine, basi wao pia ni mashujaa ambao wanafaa kuwa ni wenye kusherehekewa katika siku kama hii ya leo. Na ni eneo ambalo hata kihistoria, manake hapa ndipo miaka ya hapo nyuma ambayo inasherehekewa kwa siku kuu ya Jamhuri na sio leo, bendera ya mkoloni ilishuka na ile ya Kenya ikapanda. Kwa hiyo ni uga ama bustani ambalo lina mengi zaidi ya kihistoria ya taifa hili, na ndiposa basi kwa wale ambao walifikiria wakaketi na kusema kwamba makavazi yale ya kitaifa yawekwe hapa, basi walifanya jambo ambalo walikuwa wanaunganisha ile historia pamoja na yale ambao Wakenya wanafaa kuisoma kutoka kwa uga kama huu. Lakini uga ambao pia vile vile kabisa umeleta mtafaruku, manake kwa sababu ya fedha ambazo zilitumika, labda zilitengewa zikatengeneza uga huu, wengi ambao wamedadisi na wakasema kwamba labda utawala uliopita ungetenga fedha hizo na kusaidia Mkenya kwa pande moja au nyingine. Lakini yote hayo ni jambo ambalo limeshafanyika. Makavazi tayari tunayo, tunasubiri tu hiyo yawe ni yenye kufunguliwa ili raia wawe ni wenye kuangazia na kufika katika eneo hilo. Lakini labda tuchore tu mtazamaji pia taswira ya jinsi mambo yalivyo tayari katika uga huu wa Uhuru Gardens tumeweza kuona kuwasili kwa maspika, spika wa bunge la kitaifa, spika wa bunge la seneti, na vile vile kabisa jaji mkuu ama rais wa mahakama katika taifa hili Martha Koome tumemwona akifika, na vile vile kabisa tumemwona akiwasili naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua pamoja na mkewe mama Dorcas Gachagua. Kwa hiyo ni swala zima la kusubiri wakati wote kutoka sasa tutakuwa tunaona bendera ile ya rais inajulikana kama presidential standard ikifunguka tu, bendera ya rangi manjano na ile ya kijani ikifunguka, basi tutakuwa tunaona ni vipi ama tutakuwa tunajua kwamba Rais William Ruto naye amewasili katika eneo hili na atakuwa anatarajiwa kuwa ni mwenye kukagua gwaride kabla ya kuketi chini. Mengi yanatarajiwa, ikiwa ni yake ya kwanza, mengi yanatarajiwa kutokana na hotuba yake. Ni hotuba ambayo inajiri wakati ambapo taifa hili linakabiliwa na makali ya njaa. Taifa hili bado halina uthabiti katika baraza la mawaziri. Baraza ambalo linaendeleza shughuli ni baraza ambalo lilikuwepo wakati wa utawala wa Rais Kenyatta. Baraza la mawaziri bado linaendelea kupigwa msasa. Kwa hiyo ni bado hawaja kula kiapo na kuanzia rasmi shughuli zao. Tunajaribu tu kuona atakuwa anagusia masuala yapi Rais William Ruto hii leo.
Na labda kabla ya hayo tumeweza kuona kuna baadhi ya wale viongozi ambao wanahudumu katika serikali, walihudumu katika serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta na bado wameshikilia doria mpaka pale wale ambao wanapigwa msasa watakuwa, ikiwa wataidhinishwa na basi kuchukua wadhifa huo, basi wataondoka kwa wao. Basi hii ni sherehe yao ya mwisho, sababu tunajua bunge la kitaifa linaendeleza shughuli ya kupiga msasa wale mawaziri ambao waliteuliwa na Rais William Ruto, na tunajua kuwa watakamilisha shughuli hiyo ifikapo Jumamosi. Leo wameenda mapumzikoni sababu ya sherehe hii ya Mashujaa, wataendeleza Ijumaa na pia Jumamosi wakamilishe, kisha waende kwenye ile break retreat kidogo waandike ripoti yao, na tunatarajia huenda kukakuwa na ile tunasema minority report, sababu kuna baadhi ya viongozi wa upande wa Azimio ama upinzani ambao wamesema kuwa kuna wale ambao wamesema hawatoshi mboga na kuwa hawafai kuchukua nyadhifa hizo. Kwa hivyo tunasubiri kuona matokeo ya shughuli hiyo ya kupiga msasa wale mawaziri, na kuwa ifikapo tarehe 4 Oktoba tunatarajia kuwa kuna baadhi yao ambao ikiwa watakuwa wameidhinishwa basi wataapishwa na kuchukua nafasi hizo. Na labda tu kueleza pia labda mtazamaji na labda wasafiri ambao hutumia uwanja wa ndege wa Wilson kuwa asubuhi tuliweza kuona kuwa ndege bado zilikuwa zinapaa na kutua, lakini kwa sasa tangia mwendo wa saa 4 hivi tumeona kuwa shughuli hiyo imesitishwa na kuwa hakuna ndege ambazo zitapita eneo hili, kwani hapo baadaye pia tutaweza kuona jeshi likiandaa ile tunasema tutaona ndege hizo pia zikipana. Kuna ile moja huwa ina ujumbe kwa Wakenya, hongera ama labda God bless you, mambo kama hayo. Kwa hivyo ni mambo ambayo tunangoja kuona ile tunasema kala ama ile shamra ambayo itakuwa hapa. Tumeweza kuona wale ambao watatumbuiza Wakenya wamekuwa hapa wakifanya rehearsals ama tunasema kwa Kiswahili majaribio, ili kuhakikisha kuwa mitambo iko sawa na kila kitu inaendelea. Kwa hivyo tunangoja kuona shughuli hiyo itakapoanza. Tayari Rais William Ruto ameondoka ikulu ya rais na anaelekea eneo hili la Uhuru Gardens, na tunajua kuwa tayari yuko katika barabara ya Lang'ata. Kwa hivyo ni dakika chache tu ili afike, na tunaona kuwa hata wanajeshi pia wameanza kubadilisha mambo kidogo. Labda Hassan tueleze ambaye yale umeona upande ule.
Tayari tunaarifiwa kwamba yuko katika uga huu, na kama unavyoona hata ile bendera yake rais inajulikana kama presidential standard tayari imekuwa yenye kufunguliwa kuashiria kwamba Rais William Ruto yuko katika uga huu na atakuwa anapokelewa tu na mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi ambaye anajulikana kama Generali Robert Kibochi, akiwa atampokea kisha wamwelekeze mama Rachel Ruto katika uga huu kabla ya rais kufanya mzunguko ule ule unajulikana kama lap of honor. Kwa hiyo ni swala la kumsubiria tu Rais William Ruto hawe ni mwenye kuingia katika katika uga huu na kuwa ni mwenye kukagua lile gwaride lake la kwanza linalounganisha wanajeshi wote katika siku hii ya kitaifa ya Mashujaa. Na sasa tutakuwa tunaelekeza tu tuone mambo yanavyoendelea katika upande huo wa pili wa uga huu.
Mama wa Taifa, Mheshimiwa Mama Rachel Ruto, tusimame kwa heshima kuu. Tunamkaribisha Mama wa Taifa anapojiunga nasi. Makofi kwake Mama Taifa. Karibu sana katika sherehe yetu ya Mashujaa. Uweze kutuongoza pamoja nasi tunaposherehekea siku ya leo. Karibu Mama Taifa. Welcome Your Excellency. Ishara kwamba mgeni rasmi amejiunga nasi. Mabibi na mabwana, tusimame sote na kwa furaha tumkaribishe Maroon Commandos. Tuende moja. Karibu. Moja. Karibu. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele wanafunzi wetu. Karibu. Moja. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa. Karibu. Tuendelee kumkaribisha Mheshimiwa Rais anapojiunga nasi. Moja, mbili, Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa. Tumpongeze Mheshimiwa Rais, peperusha bendera. Moja. Karibu. Moja. Moja. Mbili. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa. Karibu. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya leo. Moja. Mbili. Kenya, taifa letu tulipendalo. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais. Karibu. Utuongoze katika sherehe ya leo. Moja. Peperusha bendera tunapomkaribisha Mheshimiwa Rais. Tumpungie mkono anapopita. Moja. Mbili. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa. Tuendelee kumkaribisha kwa makofi, vifijo na hata shangwe na nderemo. Moja. Mbili. Karibu. Wapingeni ya kina mama. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, unapojiunga nasi siku ya leo. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais. Moja. Mbili. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Moja. Mbili. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, tunakupenda, utuongoze katika hafla ya sherehe ya Mashujaa. Mashujaa, tupungie rais mkono. Hongera Mashujaa wetu. Tumpungie mkono Mashujaa Mheshimiwa Rais. Moja. Mbili. Tatu. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa. Moja. Asante. Maroon Commandos. Asante.
Asante sana Maroon Commandos kwa kuweza kutuelekeza vyema. Wananchi, tubaki tukiwa tumesimama kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, na walio na kofia zisizo rasmi kuweza kuzivua. Thank you. wa gwaride hivi sasa akija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi idhini ya kuweza kukagua gwaride la heshima lililoandaliwa na majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya. Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Anayemsindikiza Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ni Mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi. Bendera ya kikosi hupewa heshima ya hadi ya juu unavyoshuhudia hivi sasa uwanjani. Mheshimiwa Rais akipeana heshima yake. Mkuu wa gwaride hivi sasa akiomba idhini ya kuweza kuondoa gwaride hili uwanjani punde tu Mheshimiwa Rais atakapochukua nafasi yake kwenye jukwaa maalum. Basi kwa desturi za kijeshi, sharti bendera ya kikosi kuwa mbele ya gwaride unavyoshuhudia hivi sasa, toka kwake Kala Officer pamoja na Parade RSM wakichukua nafasi yao ndani ya gwaride hii. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa amri hiyo, wanajeshi hawa hivi sasa wanaondoka uwanjani kupata kujiunga na wenzao kuzidi kudumisha ulinzi wa taifa letu la Kenya, kuhakikisha kwamba mipaka yetu iko salama masaa 24, anga letu liko salama masaa 24, na fuo za bahari zetu ziko salama masaa 24. Mheshimiwa Rais, mkuu wa gwaride hii ni Luteni Kanali Gilbert Kinanga, afisa anayebeba bendera iliyo fahari ya kikosi cha 21, Luteni Amon Lechipan. Mavazi mekundu, jeshi letu la nchi kavu. Kikundi cha 3, mavazi ya samawati, jeshi letu la wanaanga. Kikundi cha 4, mavazi meupe, jeshi letu la wanamaji. Mwisho kabisa ni Parade Adjutant Captain Kelvin Mwenda Kamodo, mweka alama jeshi letu la nchi kavu. Mheshimiwa Rais, linafuata gwaride la vikundi pamoja na asasi nyingine za usalama, liliandaliwa na majeshi ya ulinzi na hali kadhalika asasi nyingine za usalama. Kwa mengi zaidi nitampisha Koplo Jabiri Banzi.
Asante mwenzangu. Mheshimiwa Rais, linafuata gwaride la vikosi vyetu vya usalama wakiongozwa na jeshi letu la nchi kavu wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao mazito ya kivita, A Company wakiongozwa na Meja Benjamin Kipkosgei. B Company, jeshi letu la nchi kavu wakiongozwa na Meja Shem Isaboke. Company, jeshi letu la nchi kavu wakiongozwa na Meja Geoffrey Kiprono. Mheshimiwa Rais, vinafuata hivi sasa vikundi vya polisi wa taifa. Kikundi cha kwanza kitengo cha wanaume wakiwa kwenye mavazi ya rasmi ya sherehe wakiongozwa na Contingent Commander Madam Superintendent Mumina Yusuf Ali. Kikundi cha pili kitengo cha kinadada wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Sandra Asubila. Mheshimiwa Rais, kinafuata hivi sasa kikundi cha GSU. Kikundi cha kwanza wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Richard B. Kikundi cha pili wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao mazito ya kikazi wakiongozwa na Inspector Wilston Onimbo. Mheshimiwa Rais, kinafuata hivi sasa kikundi spesheli cha polisi cha kutumia majibwa kinachofahamika kama K9 kikiongozwa na Chief Inspector Francis Mtangili. Mheshimiwa Rais, inafuata hivi sasa ni vikundi vya askari wa utawala Administration Police. Kikundi cha kwanza wakiwa kwenye mavazi ya rasmi ya sherehe wakiongozwa na Superintendent Enos Maloba. Kikundi kinachofuata hivi sasa ni kikundi spesheli cha kupambana na wezi wa mifugo kinachofahamika kama Anti-Stock Theft Unit wakiongozwa na Inspector Henry Bet. Kinafuata hivi sasa kikundi cha Rapid Deployment Unit wakiongozwa na Inspector Martin Gitonga. Kinafuata hivi sasa kikundi kinachofahamika kama Border Patrol Unit wakiwa kwenye mavazi ya rasmi ya kikazi wakiongozwa na Inspector Peter Sendeu. Mheshimiwa Rais, kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi kinachochunga fuo zetu za bahari kinachofahamika kama Kenya Coast Guard kikiongozwa na Luteni daraja la pili Galgalo K. Galgalo. Mheshimiwa Rais, hivi sasa vinafuata vikundi vya askari wa magereza. Kikundi cha kwanza kitengo cha wanaume wakiwa kwenye mavazi ya rasmi ya sherehe wakiongozwa na Superintendent Peter Okuku. Kikundi cha pili kitengo cha kinadada wakiwa kwenye mavazi ya rasmi ya sherehe wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Florence Wasike. Kikundi cha tatu wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya kupambana na ghasia wakiongozwa na Inspector Benson Kipiegon. Mheshimiwa Rais, kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi kinachochunga mbuga zetu za wanyama kinachofahamika kama Kenya Wildlife Service wakiongozwa na Assistant Warden 1 Stephen Okoth. Kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi kinachochunga misitu yetu Kenya Forest Service wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya kikazi wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Wilson Mururu. Mheshimiwa Rais, hivi sasa vinafuata vikundi vya vijana wa huduma kwa taifa wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Kikundi cha kwanza, kitengo cha wanaume wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Cecily, kumradhi, wakiongozwa na Superintendent Robert Kiiru. Kikundi cha pili, kitengo cha kinadada wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Cecily Njuki. Kikundi cha tatu, kitengo cha wanaume wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya kikazi wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Gideon Kiprono. Kikundi cha tatu, kitengo cha kinadada wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya kazi wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Lucy Chege. Mheshimiwa Rais, kutufungia gwaride letu la vikosi vya usalama ni askari wa kaunti ya Nairobi. Kikundi cha kwanza, kitengo cha wanaume wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe wakiongozwa na Chief Inspector Stephen Karanja. Kikundi cha pili, kitengo cha kinadada wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe wakiongozwa na Inspector Karen Adulo. Huo ndio mwisho wa gwaride la vikosi vyetu vya usalama, na nitampisha mwenzangu Sergeant George Kisuya aweze kutuletea tamasha la ndege.
Na Mheshimiwa Rais, linalofuata sasa ni onyesho la ndege zetu za kivita, ndege ambazo zitapita mbele ya jukwaa hili. Kikundi cha kwanza kikiwa ni ndege aina ya Tucano kikija katika Vic formation, huku zikitoa moshi mweupe, ishara kwamba anga letu liko salama. Kisha baadaye tutakuwa na kikundi cha pili cha ndege zetu za kivita aina ya F5. Ndege hizi aina ya Tucano zikipita mbele ya jukwaa, Mheshimiwa Rais, huku zikivusha moshi mweupe, ishara kwamba anga letu liko shwari. Tuwape makofi marubani wetu tafadhali. Kikundi cha pili, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni ndege aina ya F5 zikija katika mfumo wa mkuki almaarufu arrowhead formation, nazo zikipita kwa kasi, kisha baadaye zitaweza kujitenga, kila ndege kurudi kutuonyesha onyesho la kipekee. Ndege hizo ndizo hizo, Mheshimiwa Rais, na tuwape makofi tafadhali marubani wetu. Ndege aina ya F5, ndege hizi kwa sasa zikiwa zinaachana ili kila ndege ikaweze kutuletea onyesho ambalo litakuwa linatokea hapa moja kwa moja. Onyesho la kwanza kwa lugha ya Kimombo linajulikana kama aileron roll, onyesho ambalo ndege itatoa mzunguko wa kushoto kupaa juu kabisa. Kisha onyesho la pili itakuwa ni roll off top, onyesho ambalo ndege itapaa juu kabisa kisha kulala chali na kurudi mahali ambapo imetoka. Onyesho la tatu, Mheshimiwa Rais, litakuwa ni 4-point roll, onyesho ambalo ndege itapaa ikiwa katika normal flight position, kisha itajipinda kushoto japo kwa polepole na kwa maridadi kabisa. Onyesho la nne ni roll off top, ambalo Mheshimiwa Rais, ndege ya kwanza ikija na aileron show, ndege hii ikipaa kwa kasi kwenda juu kabisa kutupa mizunguko ya kushoto kwa umaridadi. Tumpe rubani huyo makofi tafadhali. Ndege ya pili Mheshimiwa Rais, ambayo inakuja kuletea onyesho lijulikanalo kama roll of top, ikija kwa kasi kabisa. Ndege hii ikituonyesha onyesho hilo, tumpe rubani huyo makofi. Anaenda juu kabisa kulala chali, kisha kurudi mahali anatoka. Onyesho la tatu ni 4-point roll. Ndio hilo Mheshimiwa Rais, analala kisha anarudi katika normal flight position na kuelekea mbele kabisa. Onyesho la tatu Mheshimiwa Rais, roll of top, akituonyesha kwa umaridadi rubani huyo anaenda juu kabisa akitupa mizunguko ya juu, kisha analala chali na kurudi mahali ametoka. Vertical roll, ndege hii inapaa juu kabisa ikituonyesha mizunguko ya kushoto kwa umaridadi. Tumpe makofi rubani huyo tafadhali. Onyesho linalofuata ni ndege aina ya Tucano zikija katika mfumo huo, nikituonyesha onyesho bombast show. Tuwape makofi marubani wetu, wanajitenga kila mmoja kwenda upande wake, ndege ya kati ikilala chali na kurudi mahali imetoka. Tuwape makofi marubani wetu tafadhali. Kutufungia onyesho hili ni ndege aina ya Puma ambayo itapita mbele ya jukwaa ikiwa imebeba pango lililo na ujumbe hongera mashujaa wetu. Ndege aina ya Puma ambayo pia hutumika kuweza kuwasafirisha wanajeshi wetu kwenda katika nafasi zao za kazi. Ndege aina ya Puma ikiwa juu na pango linalosema hongera mashujaa. Tuwape rubani wetu makofi tafadhali.
Basi tuwape makofi mashujaa wetu pia siku hii ya leo. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, na huo ndio utakuwa mwisho wa sherehe za kijeshi kwa pamoja. Ningependa kuwashukuru waliofanikisha makala haya, Flagstaff wetu Meja Ismail Olwal akishirikiana naye Captain Patrick Ngatia, Defense Forces Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Elijah Pro Koranga, Kenya Army Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Fanuel Mahebo, Kenya Air Force Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Dennis Namunyu Oletalengo, na bila kumsahau Naval Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Bwana Haji Omar. Fundi wangu wa mitambo wenzangu tulioshirikiana nao Sergeant George Kisuya, Koplo Jabiri Banzi, jina langu ni Sergeant Misango Mbae, nikiwarejesha moja kwa moja hadi kwake Bwana Moses Wafula aweze kuendelea na ratiba ya siku.
Mheshimiwa Rais, inafuata sasa tamasha la wanaskauti wa kike kwa wa kiume na wana St. John's Ambulance. Mheshimiwa Rais, chama cha wanaskauti kilianzishwa humu nchini mnamo mwaka wa 1910 kikiwaleta pamoja Wanakenya wa jinsia ya kike na kiume. Mheshimiwa Rais, ujio huu uliwawezesha vijana kuchangia pakubwa katika ustawi wa nchi na kujiweka katika upeo wa juu wa vijana hawa kutoa ufanisi wao duniani. Kauli mbiu yao Mheshimiwa Rais ni kuboresha dunia. Utume wao yani mission ni kufunza watu wachanga ili wawe wa manufaa kwa jamii. Mlinzi wao akiwa ni Mheshimiwa Rais William Samoei Ruto, na hii leo Mheshimiwa Rais, vikosi vyao ni karibu 4 hivi. Mheshimiwa Rais, the Kenya Girl Guide Association kimekuwepo humu nchini tangu mwaka wa 1922 kikiwa sasa na wanachama wa zaidi ya wanaskauti 1300. Madhumuni yao Mheshimiwa Rais yakiwa ni kuwezesha wasichana wadogo na wa umri wa makamo kutambua uwezo wao kama viongozi na raia wanaowajibika duniani na kuwapa jukwaa la kusikilizwa na hivyo kushawishi masuala yao wanayoyajali. Wanaopita mbele yako Mheshimiwa Rais, kikosi cha kwanza ni wanasungura wakati ya miaka 6 hadi 11. Wanafuatiwa na wanachipukizi Scouts wakati ya miaka 12 na 15. Wanafuata sasa Mheshimiwa Rais, wanamwamba Scouts wakati ya miaka 16 hadi 18. Na wanafuatia sasa Jasiri Scouts wakati ya miaka 19 hadi 26. Wale wa kike Mheshimiwa Rais, wa kwanza ni wana Rainbow wakati ya miaka 3 hadi 6 wa shule ya chekechea. Wale wa kwanza Mheshimiwa Rais ni wana Rainbow wakati ya miaka 3 hadi 6 wa shule ya chekechea. Wanafuatia wale wa Brownies ambao ni kati ya miaka 6 hadi 9 wa shule ya msingi. Mheshimiwa Rais, wanafuata Girl Guides wakati ya miaka 10 hadi 14 wa shule ya msingi wa juu. Na wanafuatiwa karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais na wana Young Leaders wakati ya miaka 18 hadi 35 wa shule ya kiwango cha juu na wale wanaofanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Rais, wale ambao wamevalia mavazi meupe na meusi ni wana St. John's Ambulance ambao ndio wanatufungia tamasha hizi. Shirika hili lilianzishwa Mheshimiwa Rais mwaka wa 1923 kama kikundi cha polisi na baadaye ikawa kikundi cha raia mwaka wa 1928. Wanaoporomosha bendi Mheshimiwa Rais ni wana Starehe Boys na Starehe Girls ambao wametamba kote duniani Mheshimiwa Rais, wakipeana maonyesho kama haya katika nchi kama vile Korea Kusini na vile vile Namibia. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi mabibi na mabwana, tuwapongeze kwa makofi jamani. Asante sana. Sote kwa heshima tutulie kwa maombi. Tutaongozwa na mzee Mwabwaya Bura, mzee wa kaya Chonyi, kaunti ya Kilifi.
Midisimilani. Ai. Midisimilani. Ai. Midisimilani. Kuchisimila. Ahole. Malamadzo. Nagaze. Sigomai. Nagafiuke. Bai vivi rero. Ni siku ya Mashujaa gehu na hunavoyerati yehu amani. Hamwenga na raisi wehu Ruto. Hunamala kwaswa na wahaswe. Wahaswe. Wachihaswa bai hunamala siasege haenza sigano. Hunamala kwenda makazombo kwenda naende. Achenda kuna nyumba kaisundulwa. Amafika siye kusundulwa na sundurirwe. Achisundurirwa hunamala mtanga na meyo kulala na ulale. Uchilala hunamala amani siya henye siyehu. Hunamala kudhimi na idini. Itidini pia hunamala uzima na kupata na upate. Midisimilani. Midisimilani. Midisimilani.
Anafuata sasa Imam Juma Amir kutoka msikiti wa Jamia.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Subhanallah walhamdulillah wa la ilaha illa Allah wallahu akbar. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwenye rehema nyingi, mwenye kurehemu, leo tunaadhimisha na kuitambua siku ya mashujaa katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Mungu tunakuomba uibariki nchi yetu yote na wananchi wetu wote. Mungu tukushukuru sana walipopatikana mashujaa waliojitolea kwa nguvu na roho zao, nchi hii ilipata heshima kubwa na mafanikio mengi tunayojivunia nayo leo. Mungu tukuomba uizidishie nchi yetu hii ya Kenya mafanikio na ufanisi wa watu wetu na maisha bora kwa jamii zote nchini. Ewe Mola mwenye uwezo mkubwa, mpe mafanikio na mzidishie busara njema Rais wetu Dr. William Samoei Ruto na fikra njema katika uongozi wake na kuipeleka Kenya mbele. Bwana Mungu, tunakuomba wape viongozi wetu wote katika ngazi zote za utawala na fikra bora, busara na juhudi njema za kufanikisha uongozi mwema katika nyanja zote za maendeleo yetu. Nikimaliza, ewe Bwana Mungu mtukufu, tuondolee ukame unaotupa madhara mengi. Utupe mvua njema, mvua yenye kuenea jamhuri yetu yote bila ya mafuriko wala maudhi mengine wala madhara kwa yoyote yule. La mwisho, utupe amani ya kudumu. Tupe amani ya kudumu, tuishi katika shughuli zetu mbalimbali kwa ufanisi na utulivu na ushujaa kama wa waliopita. Asanteni.
Atakayefunga kurasa la maombi ni Askofu Abraham Mulwa wa kanisa la AIC.
Let us pray. Our gracious Lord and the Savior Jesus Christ, praise and honor is to your holy name. This day we remember men and women who braved themselves over 70 years ago to fight for the liberation of our country, Kenya, from the colonial rule. May your favor, O God, be upon all of us, even this day. Our Lord and our God, this day we approach your throne of grace and mercy, and thank you for giving us our new president, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, after the recent concluded elections. May your face shine upon him, his government, and the people of the Republic of Kenya. Our Father in heaven and our God, we pray that you encourage him to be strong, courageous, and to keep your word. This moment we do remember and pray for the people who are undergoing difficulties of famine, drought, and pestilence in many parts of our country. That, dear Lord, you will intervene and provide, because your name is Jehovah Jireh. And now, Lord, we bow before you and pray that you lead us in this function till the end, and also remind us to be thankful and to do unto the others as we would love them do unto us. May peace and unity, prosperity be upon our country. For this we pray in the name of our Lord and the Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Mheshimiwa Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi, Mheshimiwa Mama wa Taifa Mama Rachel Ruto, Naibu wa Rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua na Pastor Dorcas Gachagua, Mheshimiwa Spika wa Bunge la Kitaifa na Bunge la Seneti, Jaji Mkuu na Rais wa Mahakama ya Juu, Gavana wa Jimbo la Nairobi Mheshimiwa Johnson Sakaja na viongozi wote waliochaguliwa, mabalozi na maafisa wakuu wa kidiplomasia. Upande wako wa kulia Mheshimiwa Rais, tunao mashujaa ambao wanawakilisha mashujaa wengine kutoka pembe zote za nchi ya Kenya. Nikipenda wasimame na ukupungie mkono Mheshimiwa Rais, tuwapongeze kwa makofi tafadhali mashujaa wetu. Asante, tafadhali tuketi. Wananchi wa Jamhuri tuipendayo ya Kenya, mabibi na mabwana, Mheshimiwa Rais, nikubalie kwa unyenyekevu mkubwa mno niweze sasa kumpokeza mwenzangu Mike Getone atuongoze kwa kipindi cha burudani. Asante Mheshimiwa Rais.
Shukran mwenzangu Moses Wafula. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa niaba ya kamati andalizi ya tamasha ya siku hii ya leo, sherehe ya Mashujaa, naomba unikubalie tuweze kuwaandalia burudani fupi. Na kulikujua jamvi letu siku hii ya leo ni wanafunzi wetu wa msingi ambao wako kwenye Kenya Federation of Roller Skaters, ambao ni seniors na juniors. Ikiwa mko tayari, mtupe onyesho lenu. Watakaoanzia sasa, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni wale wanafunzi wetu wadogo au watoto wetu wadogo ambao wako kwenye shirikisho hili la mchezo wa skating au mchezo wa kuteleza tu juu ya ardhi, hapo awali ukijulikana kama mchezo wa ice skating. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi watoto wetu hawa wadogo wakiondoka kwa miondoko mizuri. Naona kama ni speed ya 60 km/h. Hongera sana watoto wetu wadogo. Mheshimiwa Rais, wanaofuata sasa ni the seniors ambao wanaingia kwa miondoko mizuri. Mandhari yao ya kwanza ikiwa ni miondoko ya nyoka nyoka. Wakija mbele ya jukwaa lako Mheshimiwa Rais kutupa burudani. Nikufahamisha tu Mheshimiwa Rais ni kwamba hawa ni mashujaa wetu watakao tuwakilisha hata nchini na hata kule nje. Mchezo wao wa kwanza ni mviringo na wale wengine wakipiga densi, ikiwa tu ombi lao ni kuweza kuboresha mchezo huu ambao umeibuka tu majuzi na ukapata sifa zake. Skating ni mchezo ambao vijana wadogo hata wakubwa wameingia ili kuweza kuwakilisha taifa letu hapa nchini na hata nje. Tuwapongeze wanapoondoka uwanjani the skating team. Mheshimiwa Rais, wanaoingia sasa ni muungano wa wanafunzi 500 wa shule 10 za msingi ambao wamejiandaa kwa burudani siku ya leo. Mkiwa tayari, uga ni wenu.
Umoja wetu wa kitaifa ndiyo nguzo ya nchi yetu. Tukiungana sote pamoja, tutaijenga Kenya yetu.
Kwa amani na upendo, tuendeleze utu wetu. Haya yote tukizingatia, baraka tele tutapokea.
Vijana, wazee, kina mama, tunaweza tukiungana. Furaha, usawa na ustawi, Mungu Baba tatujalia. So full of, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. So full of, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele.
Forori witone moradime, toikaranie hamwe na thayo. Maya mothe magegania, tuini kwothe twi hamwe.
So full of, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. So full of, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele.
Tuwapongeze kwa makofi wanafunzi wetu. I love my motherland Kenya. Wametupa ramani ya jamhuri yetu ya Kenya, nchi tuipendayo. Tuwapongeze tena kwa makofi mabibi na mabwana.
Tunasimama wakumbuka mashujaa waliopigania Kenya. 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 Tunashukuru Mungu ameilinda Kenya. Oyerendere Kenya yaito wanatorera wanangongo. Tunashukuru Mungu ameilinda Kenya. Oyerendere Kenya yaito wanatorera wanangongo.
Tuwakumbuke wote walioipigania Kenya, tuwakumbuke wote walioipigania Kenya, waliomwaga damu yao Kenya tupate ukombozi, Kenya tupate uhuru. Kenya, 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 nchi yangu. Awatari sabiri nsi yaito, awarangia tugende bitunwa tosabiri nsi yaito, abarai baito iyaya tumurara. Baba tunashukuru.
Tuwajivunia mashujaa wetu, tuwapongeze wanafunzi wetu kwa kutupa jina Mashujaa. Kauli mbiu mwaka huu, nchi yangu jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa.
Werne pinya hero no ganda, tukendo kaja tero kaja juok alanga. Akelo bere pinya kelo ber edala, anyola chikiti anyola yauna pachi. Parapanda yuak pinyoru timage, toera wero numja ber kanyako. Ori ori omogiti kona kona. We go dance together, do the train we go round. Ori ori omogiti kona kona. Now you see something, now you don't see nothing. Why you wondering, why you feeling cornered? You know what goes around comes around, my brother. What is going up must come down, my sister. Together we will stand, divided we shall fall. Yes. My land, my treasure, my people and my culture. Tawenganya titi chakacha dance oh hangla. Are you feeling free? Are you feeling aire? Ero ero ero, thumja ber kanyako. Ori ori omogiti kona kona. We go dance together, do the train we go round. Ori ori omogiti kona kona. Yeah, weko. Mtoto mleavyo ndivyo akuavyo. Kipanda njugu mavuno ni karanga. Ule hapo chuki malipo.
Tuwajivunia amani Kenya, wananchi watukufu. Mchoro ulioko ugani sasa ni mfano wa njiwa, ukipenda a dove, ambaye ametanda mabawa, ishara kwamba tumepewa amani bure, tutoe amani bure. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi tena. Amani, 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 amani Kenya. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi.
Kenya wote simama, simama wewe shujaa, simama. Nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama, Wakenya wote simama.
God bless Kenya. Ni ujumbe kutoka kwa watoto wetu kwamba Mungu aibariki Kenya yetu. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi wanapoondoka uwanjani. God bless Kenya. Wapi makofi ya watoto wetu, malaika wadogo hawa maridadi weupe kama pamba, wametuandalia burudani hilo, na tuwasema asante, asante. Pongezi sana wanafunzi wetu wa shule zetu za msingi. Mungu awabariki. Mheshimiwa Rais, itafuata sasa burudani kutoka kwa muungano wa shule zetu za upili pamoja na wasanii mbalimbali ambao wamebombea katika miziki mbalimbali. Tutakuwa na miziki burudani kutoka eneo la Turkana, miziki ya jamii ya Wasamburu, Waborana na shujaa wetu miondoko ya taarabu. Vilevile wasanii wetu watatupa burudani mbili, wimbo wa kwanza Shujaa tunasonga mbele, na wimbo wa mwisho Mheshimiwa Rais tuko sawa. Lakini kabla ya hayo Mheshimiwa Rais, je, wajua?
Wajua kuwa kwenye historia ya michezo, Kenya imebobea kote duniani. Mwaka 1968, Naftali Temu na bingwa mahiri Kipchoge Keino walishindia Kenya medali za dhahabu kwa mara ya kwanza. Baadhi ya wanariadha wengine tunaowaenzi ni kama vile Paul Ireng, Wilfred Bungei, Moses Tanui, Paul Tergat, Tekla Lorupe, Catherine Dereba, Ezekiel Kemboi, Samuel Wanjiru, Vivian Cheruyot, Pamela Jelimo, Daniel Simiu, Margaret Muriuki na wengineo.
Kipchoge smiles for the last time. Let's keep an eye on the clock, just outside 2:01. Kipchoge is a history maker in Berlin yet again.
Eliud Kipchoge anashikilia rekodi ya dunia katika mbio za marathon, huku David Rudisha akiweka rekodi ya mbio za mita 800.
It's David Rudisha, 1:40.91 is shown on the clock.
Beatrice Chepkoech naye anashikilia rekodi ya mbio za mita 3000 kuruka viunzi na maji upande wa wanawake.
Beatrice Chepkoech, the fastest woman in the world, becomes the world champion here in Doha. Keep an eye on the clock. She's inside 9 minutes, 8:57.85.
Na mwenzake Bridget Kosgei ni bingwa wa mbio za marathon za wanawake. Wanariadha Helen Obiri
is finally on top of the world. What a run from the Kenyan. Absolutely sensational.
Faith Kipyegon.
Faith Kipyegon, the 22-year-old from Kenya, the lone Kenyan in the field, and she streaks the field in the 1500.
Na Mary Moraa.
Mary Moraa with an incredible performance. Keely Hodgkinson has to settle for silver again. Laura Muir threw herself over the line for the bronze.
Wanaendelea kung'aa katika fani ya michezo ya kimataifa.
Sabina at the moment, Amanyala's going away with this one. He will not be caught. This is justice for the man who couldn't do himself justice in Eugene. He takes the gold for Kenya.
Pia tuna mwenzi Ferdinand Omanyala ambaye anaendelea kutamba katika mbio za mita 100. Angela Okutoi anazidi kung'aa katika mashindano ya tenisi.
It's climbing. It splits the post. Collins Injera.
Tunajivunia pia timu yetu ya raga ambayo inaendelea kushamiri katika michezo ya dunia. Tunawathamini wanariadha wetu wote kwa kuipeperusha bendera ya Kenya juu kote duniani. Hakika nyinyi ni mashujaa wetu.
Ipeperushwe juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana. Trio mio. Tunaweza, ipeperushwe juu.
Sasa wajua.
Na hata mimi nimejua. Tupate burudani.
PPMC Production.
Majina yako Baba Layo sikadana karibi njiru simale nurakabi baramama nutisi ya Allah mate nutisi ya Allah mate naganu buti kenyate sima bolche nukasa jirote naganu buti kenyate tunakuomba Baba yetu tunakuomba
yoko kaja kone haya mina etau Kenya Apopo yoko kaja kone haya mina etau Kenya Apopo yoko kaja kone haya mina etau Kenya Apopo yoko kaja kone haya mina etau Enila hatara tangipei Nitelana mukotu emoriginodia Moni atachaman enila hatara tangipei Oshon mairugo tomaroroi Sibata monte mailingabo Nemetage tomote nembasha Nemete haizunela rabani Net different pace and harmony One tribe, one culture, liberty Together and hot love and unity And we bless our nation Amen
PPRC Production.
Nyasaye mangima wagoni ero kamano kuom odiochieng' makawuono mar Mashujaa Day. Wagoni ero kamano kuom kwe, hera, ketowa kanyakla to kod integrity. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Nyasaye wapake wamiye duong'. Walando era, walando era. Nyasachwa wapake wamiye duong'. Walando era mare. Nyasaye wapake wamiye duong'. Walando era, walando era. Nyasachwa wapake wamiye duong'. Walando era mare.
Come on, Mika. Come on, Mika. Bakenya ulino kuyanzi luno Wikwela buzalendo bwefe Bakenya wamilata iwase Ulala buli kamani Kamani kebuzuta Kenya Bakenya wamilata iwase Nona bulu mundu ketikite Titikite ya wikwela Kenya Kama beka wamilata Kama beka
Sky wewe ni shujaa na mimi ni shujaa. Kenya yetu pamoja tusonge mbele.
Nondo ya Kenya tibata na mugo nini bata na Kenya nende ye mugo manando mangambo mebata na Kenya ingela Kenya sio Kenya kila mtu duniani
Newe kaka inde Mashujaa ove Deme okole to webere ito Deme okole to we mwenda wito Tutokora nge faida mo
Kenya yetu pamoja tusonge mbele. Wewe ni shujaa na mimi ni shujaa. Kenya yetu pamoja tusonge mbele.
Tunazidi kuijenga kwa pamoja. Nje tunang'ara, sisi tunapaa. Hatukomi, hatuwachi, tunasonga. Kenya twasimama, tuko imara. Umoja daima, sote tuko sawa. Kenya twasimama, tuko imara. Umoja daima, sote tuko sawa.
Kenya greatest, all over the world we are rented. In Africa we are the greatest. We are so blessed. Say that again. Kenya we are greatest. In Africa we are so rated. All over the world we are the greatest. We are so blessed. Everywhere I go, every time I check, I see Kenya great again. Kina baba, kina mama na vijana tuitenge Kenya. Kenya twasimama. Umoja daima. Sote tuko sawa. Kenya twasimama. Tuko imara. Umoja daima. Sote tuko sawa.
Kesho na washo ni leo. Kenya tu wapi tu kwa maendeleo. I got the talent niko na keo. Shujaa na skantani imezaliwa leo. Kwa study notokia na hii style. Mkisikiza mnadeko kabisa. Muremenis ngoma za isa. Msani kabisa. Slogan chatisha. Kanairoku niko machampe. My love for the country na band blaze. Na vile koshua siwezi guess. Sisiri sijawila many bless. Shujaa na entertainer the president.
Walipata mashujaa zamani, ndio maana leo hii Kenya tosherekea ushindi. Ebu basi cheza nami kuchikuchi, ukitaka pia lete isikuti, kisha ebu teremuka na mipwani tufurahi pamoja. Ebu basi cheza nami kuchikuchi, ukitaka pia lete isikuti, ukitaka teremuka na mipwani tufurahi pamoja. Wewe ni shujaa, ni shujaa. Beautiful nation, celebration. One thing that I know, no matter where we go, forever 254, forever 254. Watu wa Kenya, Kenya twasimama, tuko imara, umoja daima, sote tuko sawa. Kenya twasimama, tuko imara, umoja daima, sote tuko sawa. Kenya twasimama, tuko imara, umoja daima, sote tuko sawa.
Tuwapongeze kwa makofi wasanii wetu. Sote tuko sawa na Shujaa tunasonga mbele. Tuwape makofi wanapoondoka uwanjani. Mabibi na mabwana, mashujaa wetu hawa, usanii wao umewaboresha hata wao kujipatia maamkuli kila siku. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi. Wapi makofi ya mashujaa wetu hawa? Jameni, tuwapongeze wanapoondoka kuelekea sasa kuhudumia wananchi katika nyanja mbalimbali. Tunasonga mbele mashujaa na sote tuko sawa. Tuendelee kuwapongeza, tusichoke. Wametupa miziki iliyopangwa ikapangika, miziki mitamu kama asali, laini kama zinga za farasi. Asante Mheshimiwa Rais. Kwa onyesho hilo ndipo tunalikuja jamvi la tamasha yetu ya burudani siku ya leo, tunaposherehekea mashujaa wetu. Kauli mbiu nchi yangu jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa. My country, my responsibility, I am a hero. Tunawashukuru Mheshimiwa Rais wote waliopanga na hata wale walioshiriki, na bila kusahau Mheshimiwa Rais kutaja kwamba baadhi ya walioshiriki siku ya leo ni kati ya washindi wa tamasha za muziki za kitaifa ambazo zimeisha majuzi. Asante Mheshimiwa Rais. Naomba sasa kwa unyenyekevu Mheshimiwa Rais unikubalie nimwalike gavana wa kaunti ya Nairobi Mheshimiwa Johnson Sakaja aweze kuendelea. Karibu gavana.
Sana. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa jeshi zetu za ulinzi, mama wa taifa mpendwa Rachel Ruto, naibu wa Rais Rigathi Gachagua na Pastor Dorcas Gachagua, maspika wetu wa bunge la kitaifa na bunge la seneti, jaji mkuu, mawaziri na mawaziri wateule wakiongozwa na waziri mkuu mteule Musalia Mudavadi, wabunge, magavana na wananchi kwa jumla, hamjambo. Mheshimiwa Rais, leo hii ni jukumu langu kwanza kukupongeza na kukukaribisha na kuwakaribisha nyote katika jimbo la Nairobi kwa sherehe yako ya kwanza kama rais baada ya kuapishwa ya Mashujaa Day. Sherehe hii inafanyika katika kiwanja ya kihistoria ya Uhuru Gardens ambapo bendera ya Kenya ilipandishwa mara ya kwanza kwa sababu ya juhudi ya mashujaa wetu, na tunakuomba utufungulie ili wananchi hawa watoto waweze kuja kwa maktaba kuona hadithi ya wale ambao walipigania uhuru wetu, waweze kumuona Tom Mboya, waweze kuona hadithi ya Kapenguria 6 ili pia hao waelewe ile vita ambayo ilipiganiwa kupata uhuru wetu. Mheshimiwa Rais, tunajua kwamba kwa leo Wakenya hawawezi kurudi kwa misitu kupigania uhuru, lakini tunaweza kuwa mashujaa katika nyadhifa zetu mbalimbali. Tuko na madaktari wetu na wauguzi ambao kila siku wanajitolea kuhudumia wananchi wetu wakati mwingi bila vifaa vinavyofaa. Hao ni mashujaa. Tuko na walimu wetu ambao wanapambana kila siku na CBC wakifunza watoto wetu ili waweze kuza siku za usoni. Hao pia ni mashujaa na tunawapongeza sana walimu wetu. Pia Mheshimiwa Rais, tuko na askari wetu, polisi wetu ambao wanahatarisha maisha yao kila siku kutulinda, kuhakikisha kwamba tunabaki na usalama. Hao ni mashujaa. Na ningependa kuomba Wakenya leo hii popote mlipo, ukimwona polisi, ukimwona daktari, ukimwona mwalimu, mpongeze, msalimie, mwambie asante kwa sababu yeye ni shujaa. Mheshimiwa Rais, sherehe hii pia inatendeka punde baada ya uchaguzi ambapo Wakenya walijitokeza, wakaenda wakapiga kura, wakarudi manyumbani, tukaenda kotini, wakatulia, uamuzi ukafanywa bila vurugu na bila vita. Wakenya wote kwa jumla, nyinyi ni mashujaa. Najua ya kwamba mashujaa wetu, mababa zetu kuanzia Jomo Kenyatta na wote wangefufuka leo, wangetupongeza kwa sababu tulifanya uchaguzi wa amani na tumerudi na tunafanya kazi kwa sasa. Rais William Samoei Ruto, wewe ni shujaa wetu. Your Excellency, our President, you are a true hero because you have taught us and you have shown us that the world belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. That today these children can dream to be anybody that they can be in this world. That their dreams are not limited by the imagination of their teachers or by the success of their parents. Thank you for being a hero to all of us as Kenyans. As I conclude, Your Excellency, this morning, I saw Her Excellency the First Lady tweeted a quote that I really like. She quoted our founding father, Jomo Kenyatta, and said that while our fathers might have been heroes of the past, our work is to be architects of the future. While we acknowledge and are grateful for what was done before, Your Excellency, may this event, may today's celebration give you the perspective to see behind, to look back to history, and also to forge the way forward for a new generation of this country. We shall do our part. I would like to urge all the leaders that we can all be heroes by serving diligently and by serving faithfully. In Nairobi City County, Your Excellency, we have committed to create a city of order, a city of dignity, a city of hope and opportunity, and by doing that, we hope we shall be heroes. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May God bless you, and may God bless the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, it is now my humble duty and honor to invite His Excellency, another hero of ours, who is a son of Mau Mau. Some of us are not related to Mau Mau, but through him we believe we are part of the struggle. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, to make remarks and to invite you to speak to us.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto, the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, Lady Justice Martha Koome, Speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, the Governor of the Nairobi City County, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners and members of the Diplomatic Corps, elected leaders, distinguished and invited guests, dear Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen. Kenya hoye! I'm delighted to join all today in marking this year's Mashujaa Day celebrations at these historic Uhuru Gardens. Your Excellency, allow me first to congratulate you on your election as the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya on 9th August 2022. This being your first national celebrations of Mashujaa Day to officiate since assumption of the executive office of the President of the Republic of Kenya. It is a momentous occasion for the people of Kenya and in the history of our beloved republic. Mr. President, I also wish to congratulate all the elected leaders in the just concluded elections and remind them that it is time to deliver. We cannot afford to waste a single minute. We know Kenyans are suffering, and no more talk. It is now time to work. Your Excellency, allow me to most sincerely thank the people of Kenya for exercising their constitutional right to vote, but more importantly, upholding peace before, during, and after the elections. Kenya is a mature democracy, and indeed our great nation is back as an island of peace. Irrespective of our political differences, it is time to work and deliver. We are all Kenyans. This is our nation, and we are rising together. This is the freedom our forefathers fought for. This is the freedom Kenyans voted for. No more room for pain and suffering. Indeed, Mr. President, the real freedom is here with us today. Mr. President, this day reminds us all of history, our struggle and the blood shed by Kenyans. It shows us the beauty of purpose, the beauty of unity and purposeful living. Our forefathers and heroic Kenyans, who we celebrate today from all phases of our liberation and struggle, gave us a nation we are proud of. This is our country. We are one people. We have a duty to make this nation greater than we can imagine in all spheres of our lives. Mr. President, your government, the Kenya Kwanza government, has a plan to make Kenya a great nation, as envisaged in our manifesto, where everyone matters and every hustle matters. I want to assure you, Mr. President, of my commitment as your deputy, round the clock, to assist you in delivering to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, the challenges that we face as a nation, ranging from social to economic, belong to all of us. I call upon all Kenyans to each make a contribution every day in a simple or a small way. It matters. As they say in Kiswahili, umoja ni nguvu. Your Excellency, without further ado, it is now my humble duty to welcome you to address the people of Kenya. And let me ask all of you to be outstanding. And ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Please take your seats. Nairobi hoye! Mashujaa hoye! Kwanza mimi nataka tuwapigie makofi wale waimbaji waliotuimbia hapa, walifanya kazi mzuri sana. We celebrate our artists. We celebrate those who have made presentation to us. It was quite a feat and I could see a lot of science behind the presentation and the performance that they showed. Let me also take this very early opportunity to thank God for making the child of a simple Kenyan to be the president of Kenya. Let me take this opportunity to thank the millions of Kenyans who woke up early, lined up for many hours to vote for me and to vote for all the leaders that are today elected in the Republic of Kenya. My very deep and sincere gratitude to the millions of Kenyans who have elected us into office. Let me state at this very early opportunity that all of us, elected, nominated, and appointed, are today the privileged, because the people of Kenya have bestowed on us the challenge of leading our country into the new horizon. Let me also say that those we have been elected on both sides of the divide, together we must shepherd this country into a safe and prosperous future. I want to state that I will work with all the leaders who have been elected in all formations for the good and for the prosperity of our country. I am tremendously privileged to join you and our visitors today as we commemorate the 59th anniversary of Mashujaa Day. It is with great humility that I preside over this year's celebration for the first time as president, and I am humbled and grateful for the honor to be your leader. We solemnly observe this important day every year in order for us to reflect upon where we have come from as a nation. We mark this day to consider the troubled road we trod through, the sorrowful wilderness of cruel colonial injustice, and the price that we paid in blood, toil, anguish, and death for us to be a free people. We take this opportunity to also celebrate the histories of our heroes and heroines who sacrificed valiantly in our freedom struggle, their character, and most particularly and importantly, the values and principles which inspired, sustained, and vindicated them so that we may emulate them by leading lives worthy of their sacrifice. We also ask ourselves today, what must we do to transmit this noble history and ensure that future generations appreciate us, not only as worthy heirs of our illustrious ancestors, but also as skillful stewards of their heritage. We do this in pursuit of a solemn covenant proclaimed in the preamble of our Constitution, and I quote, that we, the people of Kenya, shall honor those who heroically struggled to bring freedom and justice to our land by adopting, enacting, and giving the Constitution to ourselves and to our future generations, end of quote. Our Constitution articulates a vision of Kenya our heroes and heroines would have approved, a Kenya worth fighting for and worth paying the ultimate price for. It is their legacy to us and it sets the stage for us to continue their patriotic work in that noble spirit that roused the first freedom fighters to resist colonial rule and their successors to reject post-colonial repression. Our heroes and heroines were neither elected nor appointed. They were not sponsored and they were not funded. They had no offices or budgets. They were ordinary people invested in the struggle to make good their unwavering belief that all people are equal and all deserve to live in freedom. People of all walks of life, subsistence farmers and traders, clerks and former soldiers, teachers and their learners, preachers and their congregations, drivers, cooks, and farm workers ran away to the forest, armed with nothing but the conviction that a more just way of life is possible and that it is worth fighting for. The legacy of independence is the heroic achievement of value-driven, bottom-up heroism. The people were distinguished by their unity and commitment to selfless endeavor, determination, patriotism, and an unyielding sense of justice. Every time we have come together, we have accomplished major feats. That is why, as a nation, we are exhausted by the national anthem, and I quote, "Let one and all arise with hearts both strong and true," end of quote. Our Constitution, the People's Sovereign Charter, is an instrument of collective memory. It proscribes tyranny, marginalization, and oppression, provides institutional means to dismantle injustice and eradicate inequality, and gives us an opportunity to expand freedom and actualize rights. It also defines human well-being to be the reason for individual and collective action, as well as objects of the totality of our national enterprise. We are united in common endeavor with those who came before us and did so much for our country. We may define ourselves as a nation proudly standing on the foundation of the Constitution, united in pursuit of the well-being of every citizen. The principal reason for promulgating our Constitution then was to inscribe the values which animated our history of accomplishments and to project them in a manner that resonates across generations. The national values and principles of governance set out in Article 10 form the soul of this dispensation. They define the parameters of patriotism, exemplary service, selfless sacrifice, and profiles us in terms of who we are and who we ought to be individually and as a nation. We can and we must employ these values as beacons for identifying people whose contribution honor the memory of our heroes and heroines and bring greatness to our nation. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to direct our focus on the work that each one of us does to understand how we contribute to our individual well-being as well as that of our communities and our nation. It is this understanding we must take into account that individuals make up the greater national family and that Kenya's stature and splendor is always greater than the sum total of our individual efforts or community endeavors. Similarly, our national capacity determines the extent of opportunities all Kenyans have to pursue and attain their aspirations. What I'm saying is that regardless of the type and scale of your pursuit, every contribution matters. And regardless of our ways, of our walk of life, our work matters, our intentions matter, our thoughts matter, because we all matter and every hustle matters. I congratulate every citizen for their part in ensuring that the last general election was peaceful. I know of attempts at division, disunity, confusion, and even some who did everything in their power to entice and pressure our people to engage in criminal activity. But I also know that despite a competitive campaign period characterized by intense rivalry, Kenyans resolved in unison to remain peaceful, united, and compassionate. We set a new standard for ourselves: issue-based campaigns, transparent elections, and a peaceful outcome. I salute all Kenyans who set out every day, everywhere, doing ordinary things in inspired and extraordinary ways to fend for themselves and their families, thereby keeping our country going. I commend those whose work involves service to others. I celebrate those who volunteer and give, expecting nothing in return. Yet they serve selflessly. From the farmers who feed our nation to the drivers who connect all parts of our country by conveying people and goods, educators who impart knowledge to our infants in kindergartens, children in schools, and youth in tertiary institutions, medical staff in wards and in fields and training institutions, workers in quarries and construction sites, artisans on the side streets, in their small sheds and in large workshops, traders on the side streets in rural and urban markets, and all the way to the Nairobi Security Exchange. Professionals who give their best in every sector of national endeavor, and our men and women in uniform whose bravery and commitment continues to set the gold standard for sterling devotion to our flag. This national salutes your service. This nation salutes your service and celebrates your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the contribution of Kenyans elsewhere, our country continues to make great strides towards socio-economic transformation, shared prosperity, and enhanced well-being for our nation. In the East and Horn of Africa, the larger Africa continent, and globally, this nation expresses our values with greater clarity, and the state projects our aspirations more emphatically. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to lay the foundation for our future. Agriculture, as the lead sector to the economic transformation of our country, is the place to start, owing to its potential for high and quick returns on investment. But the situation in the country is wanting, and we have a severe food shortage as a result of prolonged drought in Kenya and the larger Horn of Africa region, the worst in nearly half a century, with 3 years of consecutive failed rain. Coupled with this are the extremely high global fertilizer prices. Our government's initial intervention to mitigate these challenges has been to step up food supply in northern Kenya and other regions and ensure better coordination between government and development partners. And I want to thank my deputy for being an able connector between these partners. We thank our partners for their input that has gone a long way in relieving this dire situation. World fertilizer prices have more than doubled in the past 2 years since COVID-19. The prices were passed on to farmers and the cost skyrocketed to more than 7,000 for a 50-kilogram bag. This had a huge impact on productivity of farmers last year. For example, maize production suffered a deficit of 10 million bags. Our government's first intervention to address the fertilizer challenge and make it available to counties and regions that plant in the short rains was to import 1.5 million 50-kilogram bags and distribute them at a lower price of Kenya shillings 3,500 per 50-kilogram bag. We have also made arrangements to make another 6 million bags of various types of fertilizer available for the long rain season. We have also asked county governments to work with us on the last mile delivery to centers close to farmers so that fertilizer can be easily accessible. These, however, are short-term measures, and we have to take very bold steps to end the perpetual cycle of hunger and dependency on rain-fed agriculture. We must eradicate hunger in our country in the shortest time possible. To do this, we have the following plan. We have to increase agricultural productivity as a first step. We will support all farmers to access quality inputs such as seeds, fertilizer, and pesticides, among others, and also ensure that our farmers have access to extension services in order to improve farming skills. In the short term, we will continue with the fertilizer import program. But in the medium term, the government plans to have fertilizer manufactured in partnership with EAC countries in our region. On seeds, our government will work with local research institutions and both public and private sectors to scale up seed multiplication for all crops. However, irrigation is the ultimate solution in guaranteeing food security in our country. In 2017, the government set out to build 57 dams to harness water for irrigation and domestic use. Many did not even start. Few are complete, while the rest are ongoing. The huge capital outlay required for dam construction in the context of competing budgetary priorities poses a huge challenge to this program. And to address this challenge, we are working on innovative investment mechanisms through public-private partnership to construct at least 100 dams. Consequently, it would be possible to progressively irrigate the 3 million acres already identified as irrigable land. In the next 3 years, the government plans to double the land under irrigation to 1.4 million acres. Of this, 200,000 acres will be under rice irrigation and 500,000 under other food crops. Rice production in Bunyala, the Tana Delta, Rahole in Garissa, Mwea and Ahero will take priority as these are areas that have already mechanisms for us to upscale. Our dairy farmers struggle with the high cost of feed and challenges of storage, preservation of milk, and access to markets. To assure them that they are on our priority list, we have taken immediate steps to reinstate the stalled milk coolers program, and the distribution of 650 milk coolers will resume shortly. In our plan, we have identified dairy and livestock economy as subsectors with the quickest economic turnaround time, and we will become key drivers, and they will become key drivers in improving food security, creating jobs, and boosting our exports. We have equally committed to close the housing gap, which stands at 2 million units as at now. Our target is to increase the supply fourfold, from 50,000 units every year to 200,000 units every successive year. Already, 2,592 units have been completed, 40,000 are under construction, and over 500 units that require financial backstopping and funding for bulk infrastructure are now being worked on and are in the pipeline. I am happy to report today that the interest in the housing sector has grown immensely, and that many private investors, including pension funds, have submitted proposals on the housing projects they would like to invest in. We will work together on these projects to facilitate their realization. It is clear from engagements with investors that the government needs to evolve from being a mere enabler to becoming a sponsor of major projects. Not only will we provide land and bulk infrastructure for our housing program, but I will personally take charge of the process to unlock the challenges that inhibit investment. For instance, VAT exemption on inputs has been enacted to lower the cost of construction, but its implementation has been curtailed by delays in approving applications for VAT refunds. As a result, developers pay VAT, but the cost saving is not enjoyed by the end buyers. Government will resolve such issues with the urgency required. Ladies and gentlemen, let me emphasize that the housing agenda is not just about four walls and a roof. The demand for affordable housing is an opportunity to create jobs and stimulate the economy. Our manufacturing sector, which already supplies many products in the construction industry, will have expanded business opportunities, and other relevant sectors will also benefit from this endeavor. Other housing inputs, such as doors, windows, gates, and hinges, will be made by our Jua Kali industry. We are designing the program in a way that will upgrade and support Jua Kali by linking it to our technical and vocational institutions. In the end, we expect enterprises that produce housing products to emerge and expand, creating jobs and wealth for hustlers, making our housing plan truly transformational from bottom up. We want, ladies and gentlemen, to create the experience of hardworking Kenyans like John Ochieng, who is present here as one of my guests today. I met him 2 days ago when I handed over keys to new homeowners in Ongata Rongai, Kajiado County, under the Affordable Housing Scheme. Ochieng began working as a carpenter in that housing project when it began 2 years ago. Then, home ownership to him was a mere dream. 2 years later, he owns an apartment in the same estate he helped to build as a carpenter. Given that there are developments today that cater for housing needs for ordinary Kenyans like John, I am convinced that it is possible to provide quality, affordable housing for rent and sale, and Ochieng's story will be replicated multiple times over throughout the country. We therefore proceed with confidence that we will provide quality, climate-smart housing that Kenyans can buy with mortgages for as low as 5,000 shillings a month, to be made available through various home financing arrangements. Next week on Tuesday, I will break ground in this same constituency at the Kibera Soweto B in Nairobi for a housing project which will deliver thousands of social housing units. Going forward, we intend to collaborate with county governments to achieve a target of at least 5,000 units in every county. Counties with larger metropolitan areas have a greater opportunity and can target as many as 50,000 units, since as demand is higher due to population density in those counties. We have asked counties to identify land. We will provide infrastructure. We will put the roads. We will put the sewage system. We will connect water and electricity. And we will get developers who will develop the houses, and eventually we will get the resources for mortgage for homeowners to own units across our nation. Fellow Kenyans, access to credit is a stimulant that invigorates the economy. However, high interest rates crowd out the private sector, and especially the small and medium enterprises. Our commitment on affordable credit was at the heart of the Kenya Kwanza election campaign. Already, expectations are very high across the country on our promise to provide a fund that will offer affordable credit to those at the bottom of the pyramid. I am aware that the most significant question in the streets today, in border parking lots and fresh produce markets, is when will the Hustler Fund become operational? And I want to tell them I have an answer for you today. Even before the fund is set up, we have made several interventions to make credit accessible. Safaricom, and I want to thank them, and their financial partners have brought down the cost of Fuliza by reducing interest rates by 50%. As part of that agreement, 4 million borrowers who had been blacklisted will be freed from the yoke of Credit Reference Bureau in the coming days. We have also secured an agreement with CRBs that they will abandon the punitive penalty of blacklisting borrowers and move to a credit scoring system that makes borrowers eligible for credit even as they work to improve their credit worthiness. As a result, no citizen will be excluded from the credit system. They will therefore be eligible to access credit as they work their way into paying their loans. On the Hustler Fund, there are 3 crucial issues. Credit products will be available under the Hustler Fund to small businesses on digital platforms at affordable rates. Affordable rates being single-digit rates to individuals through chamas, groups, circles, and cooperatives. All borrowers in this platform will not only access affordable credit, but they will also participate in short-term saving plan and long-term pension program. Every saving made by borrowers on this platform will be matched by the government of Kenya on a 2-to-1 ratio to a level to be determined by the program. And I will launch this fund credit and savings product on the 1st of December this year. Health is front and center of socio-economic development. The failure of a health system undermines prosperity. Kenyan families spend a total of 150 billion in out-of-pocket expenditure on health services a year, mobilized from various sources including Harambes, WhatsApp and M-Pesa groups, loans, sale of land and other assets to pay hospital bills for loved ones. Also, many small businesses fail when owners fall ill and cannot work, or divert money to pay medical expenses. It is no wonder, then, that it is commonly said that most families and individuals in Kenya are one illness away from poverty. 1 million Kenyans sink into poverty every year because of medical expenses. We want to lift, and we must, this punitive burden from the shoulders of Kenyans and their businesses through our universal health care plan. The plan is to revitalize primary health care by laying more emphasis on preventive and promotive strategies. Many critical health illnesses, including cancer, heart complications, kidney failure, and hypertension, can be detected and addressed at this level without the need for hospital visit or admission. Our health reform commitment is therefore threefold. In partnership with county governments, we will mainstream community health workers and make them the foundation of our health system. Reforming the National Health Insurance Fund is a necessary imperative. Progress has been made in enrolling more members, and in the last 10 years, 12 million Kenyans have joined the fund. The challenge, however, is that the NHIF is an occupational scheme that is tailored for salaried people on payroll in public and private sector, and not the social insurance scheme it ought to be. We shall change the contribution structure from an individual contributory scheme to a household contributory model. We intend to address the challenges of inadequate human resources in our public hospitals and the poor industrial relations between health professionals and our county governments. We are particularly committed to the professional development of our health workers, and I take this opportunity to assure our health workers across the board that we have listened to them and we will propose ways in collaboration with county governments of resolving all outstanding issues. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is a strong leader in the information and communication, including technology space. We are the proud regional and continental hub of innovation. We have the appropriate policy framework, constitutionally protected freedoms of expression, media, information, and communication to dominate the creative art and entertainment arena. Our young people have consistently shown robust interest in this field and are engaged on various platforms, generating captivating content that is appreciated globally and regionally. There is tremendous potential for our country to become a global leader, employ hundreds of thousands of young people, and generate immense wealth if we facilitate the young people to plug into the global digital economy. To achieve these purposes, the government is committed to invest in the digital superhighway and the creative economy, which will be enablers of transformation, productivity, and overall competitiveness. Over the next 5 years, the government will ensure universal broadband availability through the rollout of connectivity throughout the country. The laying of an additional 100,000 kilometers of national fiber optic network is expected to deliver this target, and already we are in discussion with the players in that sector. Government services shall be made available throughout the country at greater convenience to citizens through digitization and automation of all critical government processes, with a view to bringing at least 80% of government services online. Moreover, to bring more Kenyans, especially the youth, online for business, learning, entertainment, and socialization, the government intends to take measures to bring down the cost of calls and data. This initiative converges with the efforts to boost the creative economy and scale up cultural production and the arts industry. Our government is also committed to the establishment of more art and culture infrastructure, including theaters, music auditoriums, and galleries, and extensive refurbishing of facilities to expand space for artistic and cultural expression and production. The government is also firmly committed in investing in the robust delivery of 5 pillars of our plan for socio-economic transformation. This investment is undertaken in full recognition of our national values and principles of governance, as well as broader national interests and goals. They include policy and legislative interventions, regulatory interventions, our national security, justice, law and order, and our education. Ladies and gentlemen, there are parts of this country where personal safety and security are precarious and life expectancy is low. Poverty and the cost of living are high because markets and supply chains have been disrupted or threatened by insecurity in these areas. The well-being of residents in these areas is as paramount as that of every other citizen in Kenya. They too deserve to live and work in safety and dignity and to pursue happiness without let or hindrance. And yet, terrorists, bandits, cattle rustlers, and all manner of violent criminals have held them back, extinguishing or deferring for far too long, too many hopes and dreams as the rest of the country makes progress. It is time for this lawlessness to stop and stop for good. Our government has undertaken necessary personnel realignment in the security services to facilitate the rapid achievement of our objectives in this sector. On my first day in office, I executed the instruments to actualize the financial autonomy of the National Police Service and have given the necessary directives to enable it rapidly achieve national security strategic objectives. These actions extend to the facilitation of the Director of Criminal Investigations to expeditiously resolve investigations to a standard that can support effective prosecution and secure convictions. The independence of the National Police Service is essential for its institutional credibility and efficiency, citizen safety and welfare, and effective maintenance of law and order. A professional police service fosters harmonious relations with citizens and communities, cannot be weaponized in pursuit of divisive or partisan agenda, and can never resort to disastrous policies like extrajudicial murder as part of policing. I believe we can keep this country safe and secure without tormenting our people. We can efficiently and effectively suppress crime, monitor and disrupt and apprehend criminals without abducting, torturing, killing, or causing citizens to disappear. It is time to retire these terrible tactics and professionalize our criminal justice system. That is why my government is taking strong measures to facilitate the enhancement of capacities along the entire security chain. I have directed that immediate measures be undertaken to disband the Special Services Unit in the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and with urgency, investigations must be commenced so that those found culpable are held to account. There must also be robust mechanisms throughout the police service to maintain high professional standards, scrupulous adherence to the rule of law, accountability for actions and decisions, and operational transparency. At the terminal end of this chain, the government has also undertaken its obligations to observe judicial independence while actualizing the judiciary fund, enhancing budgetary allocation to enable it to invest in infrastructure and facilitate the appointment of more judges, to expand access to justice. Effective deterrence of crime requires robust prosecution, while economic efficiency, investor confidence, and competitiveness all depend on effective dispute resolution. A well-resourced, independent, impartial, and thoroughly professional judiciary is indispensable for good governance, law and order, and is also essential for financial sustainability, transactional effectiveness, and business competitiveness. The institutional independence of the judiciary must be upheld at all times, and the independence of judges respected as the minimum gesture of the rule of law in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight against corruption must be won. Our government intends to wage this fight and demonstrate its commitment to zero tolerance to corruption by making all public servants accountable and submit to the oversight of Parliament and other constitutionally mandated institutions. We are committed to the rule of law, fidelity to constitutional due process, and implementation of judicial decrees and orders. Most critically, under my administration, there shall be no interference with or any attempt to control, direct, or undermine independent institutions, including those in the justice, law, and order sector. The National Police Service, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Judiciary, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission shall perform their duties independently and professionally, and likewise subject themselves to oversight by appropriate agencies. This is our vision for ensuring that the war on corruption is not itself corrupted by inappropriate interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, our socio-economic transformation to be truly inclusive, we must empower all Kenyans, regardless of background, to effectively play their part by contributing to national building efforts and partaking of the dividends of shared prosperity. High quality and relevant education is vital in imparting the necessary skills and competencies to our learners from pre-primary to tertiary levels in order to enable citizens engage meaningfully with the world of the present and the world of the future. A week ago, we launched the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms to review all aspects of education in Kenya. Its findings and recommendations shall inform subsequent necessary interventions to ensure that Kenya delivers the caliber of education, skills, and training needed to successfully pursue sustainable development. As we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we are equally concerned about climate change and its impact on Kenya generally and our arid and semi-arid regions in particular. We will address the effects of this phenomenon as its ravaging effects at home and abroad. Our pastoralist communities have experienced scarcity of pasture due to prolonged drought, the worst in 40 years, and 3 years of absolute rain failure. As a result, we have lost 2.5 million heads of livestock owing to this very severe drought. rising food prices have made an already bad situation worse. Elsewhere, communities in rural and urban areas across the country are equally struggling under the weight of high food prices and shortage of water. Without a doubt, climate change is complicating our roadmap towards socio-economic transformation and achievement of sustainable development goals. As we seek short-term measures to respond to the evolving situation, I have directed that a long-term and sustainable solution to the planetary challenges be put in place. The ultimate solution includes greening our country to more than 30% of tree cover by 2032. The central role forests play in addressing the effects of climate change has become more prominent now than ever, thanks to their unparalleled capacity to absorb, store carbon, and regulate climate. Of the 59.2 million hectares land in Kenya, only 5.2 hectares are under forest cover. The remaining 54 million hectares are largely in arid and semi-arid areas. The 10 counties with the highest forest cover are Nyeri, Lamu, Vihiga, Kirinyaga, Elgeyo Marakwet, Meru, Embu, Murang'a, Kilifi, and Nyandarua. On the reverse, the 10 counties with the lowest tree cover are Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, Isiolo, Siaya, Migori, Busia, Machakos, Taita Taveta, and Uasin Gishu. I call upon the Council of Governors to facilitate more discussion to achieve parity in tree cover by using peer-to-peer learning and exchange of information. The government will champion the transformation of forestry and rangeland restoration to support the greening of Kenya so as to combat climate change. We are at the final stages of designing a special presidential forestry and rangeland restoration program. This effort is spearheaded by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, various experts and partners in government, UN organizations, NGOs, and the academia. The objective is to grow 5 billion trees in the next 5 years and an additional 10 billion trees by 2032. This will eventually lead to the rehabilitation and restoration of 10 million hectares in our 290 constituencies, as well as some specially selected ecosystems and water towers threatened by degradation and destruction. To achieve this ambitious plan, the government will continue to support efforts by the Kenya Forestry Research Institute, KEFRI, in high-quality seed production in their 18 seed centers across the country. Agroforestry and farming of avocados, mangoes, and macadamia will also open new value chains for our export market, creating green jobs in those sectors. I therefore urge all Kenyans to support this government's call to grow at least 15 billion trees in 10 years. To achieve this target, simple calculation shows that every Kenyan needs to grow at least 300 trees, the 50 million of us. We will be able to grow 15 billion trees. And I will tell the ministry concerned, the Ministry of Environment, to issue a small certificate for every Kenyan who completes his round of 300 trees. Restoration in the presidential program will be undertaken by youth and women groups, civil society, communities, and religious organizations, leveraging on private sector and government financing. To ensure sustainable funding, Kenya is developing policies and strategies to tap into the global carbon market opportunities accessed through carbon trading. Additionally, the government will secure and protect public forests, rehabilitate and restore all degraded water towers, and other forest ecosystems across the country. We will work towards fencing all fragile water towers and other ecosystems to protect them from encroachment. To resolve the capacity constraints at the Kenya Forest Service, I have directed the immediate recruitment of an additional 2,700 forest rangers and 600 forest officers to augment our interventions in this sector. Shortly, I will also be inaugurating the Climate Change Council that will steer Kenya's climate action through stakeholder engagement coordinated in the presidency as required by the Climate Change Act of 2016. Under the program, we will start mobilizing finance from public and private, including multilateral sources, to fund the proposed activities. This is anchored on the United Nations goals and backed by the Tree Growing and Sustainable Forest Finance Management Program, supported by UN and other international institutions. The program also responds to Kenya's commitment to help reduce global greenhouse gas emissions articulated in various multilateral environmental agreements and the United Nations Decade of Action on Ecosystem Restoration. Kenya will rally the globe towards more ambitious climate change action in next month's 27th UN Climate Change Conference at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. In an increasingly interconnected world, ladies and gentlemen, our well-being depends on engagements with our neighbors, continental fraternity, and international partnerships. In all these areas, Kenya has continued to be a dependable ally, faithful friend, and effective partner, ever committed to a win-win bilateral as well as multilateral outcomes that achieve mutual gain for the benefit of humanity. In the East African community, the rigid territorial borders are firmly on their way out as we move towards full integration. Non-tariff barriers have come down and trade volumes are soaring. The community is becoming even more tightly connected with infrastructure systems crisscrossing the member countries. The possibility of an East African federation is no longer a wild imagination or an idle dream. It is no longer a matter of if, it is a matter of when. In recent days, I have been to our sister countries in East Africa to take care of mutually beneficial regional business. In Ethiopia, we launched Safaricom Ethiopia Telecom's money business, which expanded Safaricom and M-Pesa regionally, and their footprint dispersing ICT innovation and deepening the revenue base of our company. Simultaneously, Safaricom becomes the largest foreign investor in Ethiopia and Kenya's biggest foreign investor abroad ever. The East African community has become a close-knit neighborhood, and everyone's well-being has become everybody's business. With this unity and integration, we will achieve much in our lifetime, and with these bonds of solidarity and fraternity, we shall establish an oasis of hope, an infinite possibility that will be irresistible to the rest of the world. In the Horn of Africa, peace and security efforts continue to dominate our engagement. They are important components of a broader strategy to recover stability in what has become a truly rough neighborhood. Countering violent extremism, controlling the illegal movement of small arms, peace building, and peacekeeping initiatives will continue to dominate our future agenda. The conflict in Tigray region of Ethiopia, which according to reports from the Office of the United Nations Secretary General is escalating, is a great source of concern to our region. Kenya will continue to play its role by making such contributions as is required by the Africa Union-sponsored mediation efforts. The sooner hostilities cease and a face-to-face talks commence, the better for our region. The region is experiencing its 5th season of severely low rain due to climate change. As a result, mitigation strategies, resilience building initiatives, and climate change management programs have become urgent. The pressure on the capacity of regional states has never been greater. On the continental stage, we have sustained our Pan-African credentials since the dawn of Africa unity. That is why various frameworks of the African Union find expression in our domestic agenda. The AU's Agenda 2063, for example, is part of our economic development plan. Kenya is committed to the pursuit of trade-driven Pan-Africanism as the best means of rapidly delivering shared prosperity throughout our continent. As we open up our borders and expand the scope of collaboration beyond traditional economic blocs, the reality of a continental free market has become real. Kenya is a champion of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Beyond ratifying the instruments, establishing it, and domesticating its framework, Kenya has been a consistent participant in efforts to make this continental agreement a reality. We see this as a pathway that guarantees inclusive African economic growth and sustainable self-reliance. In turn, this will hasten our continent's post-pandemic recovery, enhance climate change resilience, and underpin stability in the face of multiple regional and global crises, including energy volatility. Our implementation strategy envisions Pan-African free trade as a vehicle for empowering small and medium enterprises. To signal this commitment, I recently flagged off a symbolic consignment of Ketepa tea to Ghana under the Guided Trading Initiative. Trade between Ghana and Kenya is off to an admirable start, and several firms and traders in the two countries have undertaken brisk business involving exports of incinerators, sisal fiber, leather bags, fuel filters, beadworks, and baskets from our Juakali artisans. This points to the huge potential of trade across our continent. And the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is the framework and the mechanism for us to actualize this market. Beyond our continent, Kenya continues to pursue a robust policy of economic diplomacy. We are continuously aligning our strategic interests with the welfare of our people. Therefore, we are focused on finding opportunities for our people and deeper trade relations around the globe. We are receiving encouraging returns on our efforts. This week, our international port of Lamu scored a shining first with the export of livestock from northern Kenya to the Sultanate of Oman. This signals the opening up of tremendous opportunities for the pastoralists in our rangeland communities who deserve relief from the devastating losses of the ravaging drought. We also remain devoted to our strategic engagements with key development partners like the United States, which is now Kenya's premier trading partner, as well as the United Kingdom, which for a long time has held that position, the European Union, Middle Eastern nations, the Far East, including China and Japan, and indeed many other players in the world. Kenya's diplomacy is deliberately shifting into emerging opportunities. We are prepared to exploit the potential of the blue economy and the fast evolving digital universe to position our young generation as competitive global players. Kenya's commitment to multilateralism is a fundamental plank of our diplomatic strategy and foreign policy. This has defined our international outlook since the advent of self-government and full sovereignty. We have hosted several multilateral institutions and aspire to receive more. Kenya has participated in many multilateral undertakings, including humanitarian missions, international peacekeeping, and pandemic responses. We join other nations of the Global South to advocate the democratization of global governance and to invest the multilateral system with higher moral imagination. We believe that global governance must reflect the values it claims to advance and protect. To effectively drive our diplomacy and international engagement, Kenya has unified and clarified its policy in our Vision 2030 and our government's 5-pillar plan to socio-economic transformation, the 5th East African Community Development Strategy, AU Agenda 2063, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The purpose of this alignment is to ensure that we forge a path for the achievement of our objectives of enhancing the well-being of ourselves and humanity. We have warned the international community about the global fertilizer shortage and the risk it poses to global food security. Whether we are speaking at the United Nations Environmental Programme in Nairobi or the UN Oceans Conference in Lisbon, our commitment to enhancing climate change responses is strong and vocal. Kenya advocates post-pandemic solidarity on a global scale to avert economic crisis in the wake of COVID-19 by mobilizing international partnerships and cooperation for recovery and resilience. This extends to the need to ease the debt burden of economically vulnerable developing countries and to afford them liquidity and fiscal space to manage shocks, enhance social investments, invest in climate change adaptation and mitigation, and address security needs and finance development. As an anchor state in the East Africa and the Horn, Kenya has sustained its robust efforts to achieve lasting peace and security. We have also used the opportunity to serve at the UN Security Council to give priority to regional peace, counter terrorism and violent extremism, support peace operations, and to further the climate change and security agenda. We consider these contributions to be critical in building a safe and peaceful world that is safe and conducive for human flourishing. Government efforts to affirm and project Kenya's stature globally has always been complemented by the contribution of Kenyan citizens who live and work in various parts of the world. This demonstrates the complementarity of state and citizen action and the inevitable alignment between patriotism and national well-being. We are all united in the quest for a Kenya we can all be proud to call home. Our diaspora continues to serve as Kenya's excellent ambassadors, along with our sports people and the Kenyans who continue to excel abroad in diverse fields. You make us proud, and in so doing, demonstrate the true spirit of Mashujaa. Kenya is a good neighbor, true friend, loyal ally, dependable partner, and hardworking member of the international community. We live up to its strong value system, fluently articulating the ideas of compassion, solidarity, justice, freedom, and sovereignty. As a nation, we project and amplify values and principles familiar to each one of us and which form the heart of our constitutional system. Greater fidelity to the Constitution and better compliance with its mandates and principles will only make us better citizens and worthy compatriots. It will make Kenya a stronger nation too. We therefore have a duty to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. The nation-building enterprise enlists citizens to recognize their stake in making and keeping Kenya great. Patriotism is a bottom-up affair. We are called upon to stand firmly on our values and strengths, and also strengthen our resolve to wage war on poverty and inequality by pursuing inclusive growth. Our aim is to remove all obstacles and bring down every barrier to progress. By celebrating our values, we honor our heroes, and every act of nation building is an expression of these values and a most appropriate remembrance of those who began our journey towards sovereignty, freedom, and happiness. This is a time for action. The opportunity to contribute to this historic project are limitless. It is time for us as citizens to play our part in making Kenya, the Kenya we imagine, come true, and to turn the nation we dream of into a living and a lived experience. This moment calls for the exercise of all our abilities, talents, gifts, skills, and strengths in pursuit of national as well as personal self-actualization. It demands that we demonstrate the patriotism of a new age and express the timeless values which unite us with our heroes and heroines. We are endowed with far greater capacity today than ever in our history to pursue and accomplish meta feats. Our predecessors, with far modest means, nevertheless scored monumental triumphs. There is absolutely no ceiling to our dreams, no limit to our determination, and no barrier to our collective power. Nothing stops us from becoming what we wish to be, and nothing can stand in the way of our resolve to drive Kenya to its destiny of glory and abundance. I stand here, therefore, on this sacred ground, where we first raised our proud flag at the dawn of freedom, where we made a covenant to honor their glorious triumph and fine example by embracing their values and serving our nation, to rally every Kenyan to rise up. This is our moment to get up, work hard, take our chance, chase our dreams, knock on doors, and explore possibilities, because the horizon of our destiny is draped in the splendor of our vision, and before us lies potential of a magnitude never before imagined. It is all ours for the taking, and I know we are ready, for it is our time. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Mashujaa. May our heroes continue to inspire us, and may our national values ever remain the true north of our moral compass. God bless you, and God bless our great country, Kenya. Asanteni sana.
kuwa hadi tutakapoitwa na kuweza kuteremka ili tuweze kuhifadhi itifaki hiyo. Let us observe the exit protocol. Niombe sasa magari ya msafara wa Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Ruto na mama taifa uweze kujongea tafadhali. Na wale wengine tuwe watiifu, tusubiri tafadhali hadi niwalete. Baada ya Mheshimiwa Rais kuondoka akisindikishwa na mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya, atafuata msafara wa Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais. Na tuombe tu utiifu wenu ili tuweze kuhifadhi itifaki. Ataondoka sasa Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi, pamoja na mama taifa Mheshimiwa Rachel Ruto. Wanasindikishwa na mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi. Na baada ya msafara wa Mheshimiwa Rais kuondoka, utafuata msafara wa naibu wa rais pamoja na Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. Wale wengine tuendelee kuwa watulivu. Baada ya gari la Mheshimiwa naibu wa rais kuondoka, service commanders, wakuu wa vikosi mbalimbali watafuata. Kwa hivyo sasa tumpongeze anapoondoka Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Ruto baada ya kutuongoza katika sherehe ya leo. Msafara huo ukishaondoka, Mheshimiwa Rais, utafuatwa na msafara wa naibu wa rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua na Mheshimiwa Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. Tulete magari ya Mheshimiwa naibu rais. Baada ya naibu wa rais kuondoka kama nilivyotaja, watafuata wakuu wa vikosi mbalimbali, kisha spika wa bunge la kitaifa, spika wa bunge la seneti, jaji mkuu. Tulete msafara sasa wa magari ya naibu wa rais tafadhali. Msafara wa magari ya naibu wa rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua na Mheshimiwa Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. Na niombe tu utulivu huo ili tuweze kuhifadhi itifaki hizo pasina msongamano. May we now allow the entourage, the convoy for His Excellency the Deputy President kindly. Magari ya msafara wa naibu wa rais tafadhali yajongee, kisha gari la mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi atafuatwa na wakuu wa vikosi mbalimbali. Shukran. Unafuata sasa msafara wa naibu wa rais. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Your Excellency the Deputy President and Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. Baada ya Mheshimiwa naibu wa rais kuondoka, nitampisha sasa mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi. Msafara wa magari ya mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi ukifuatwa na wakuu wa vikosi mbalimbali tafadhali ufuate. Asante sana. Anaondoka sasa Mheshimiwa naibu wa rais. Shukran. Niombe sasa msafara wa mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi uweze kuingia pamoja na wakuu wa vikosi mbalimbali. Spika wa bunge la kitaifa, spika wa bunge la seneti. Wanaondoka sasa mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi pamoja na wakuu wa vikosi mbalimbali. The Chief of General, the Chief of Defense and the service commanders. Thank you CDF and the service commanders. Niombe sasa tulete magari ya spika wa bunge la kitaifa, spika wa bunge la seneti na jaji mkuu. Baada ya wakuu wa vikosi mbalimbali kuondoka, tukubalie magari ya wakuu wa vikosi mbalimbali tafadhali. The service commanders vehicles. Thank you. Spika wa bunge la kitaifa, spika wa bunge la seneti, jaji mkuu na hata msafara wa gavana wa kaunti ya Nairobi uweze kuwa karibu. Anaondoka spika wa bunge la kitaifa. Msafara wa spika wa bunge la kitaifa uondoke. Asante. Shukran. Spika wa bunge la Seneti vile vile. Msafara wa jaji mkuu vile vile naomba uletwe. Msafara wa jaji mkuu. Na vile vile msafara wa gavana, asante. Wanaohusika na mashujaa wetu, mabasi yao yaweze kuanza kuletwa sasa. Wanaohusika na mashujaa. Shukran. Mawaziri wetu walio ofisini na mawaziri wateule, magari yao yaje tafadhali. Magari ya mawaziri wetu. Magari ya mawaziri wetu tafadhali yaletwe mbele sasa. Mawaziri waliomo na hata wale ambao ni wateuliwa. Niombe tena wale ambao wanahusika na mashujaa wetu tuhakikishe kwamba mabasi yameanza kuingia ndani ili tuweze kuleta mashujaa wetu. Thank you so much for all the organizers in charge of the security team and protocol kwa kuhakikisha kwamba tunazingatia itifaki hiyo. Magari ya mawaziri waliomo ofisini na hata wale wateule yaendelee kuja tafadhali. Shukran. Mawaziri wateule wanaomba vile vile kuingia magari yao. Asante.
Hivyo ndivyo ilivyokuwa shughuli ya siku ya leo ya Mashujaa Day. Masuala mengi Chemutai yamezungumziwa katika hotuba hii, na ukitizama kwamba Rais William Ruto ameangazia sana masuala ya tuanzie kwanza masuala ya kesi mahakamani, ambapo amesema kwamba sharti kuwepo na haja ya kufanya uchunguzi wa kina. Hii ni kufuatia kuondolewa kwa kesi na kiongozi wa mashtaka ya umma wa wiki iliyopita. Kwa hivyo kuna pia masuala baadhi amezungumzia Chemutai, ikiwemo baadhi ya masuala ya njaa nchini.
Kabla tuzungumzie mambo ya njaa, tunajua kuwa swala hilo la kuondolewa kwa kesi limeleta utata, na kuna wengi ambao wamezungumza wakisema kuwa labda ilikuwa imefanyika kufuatia mambo ya kisiasa, kwani ilionekana kuwa ni watu kutoka mrengo tu mmoja ndio wameweza kuondolewa kesi, na masuala hayo ndio wananchi wengi walikuwa wanauliza ni yapi yamefanyika. Je, mkuu wa mashtaka ya umma hakufanya kazi yake, kutekeleza kazi yake vilivyo? Je, kulikuwa na swala labda na mkuu wa idara ya polisi labda? Na tumeweza kuona kuwa amesema kuwa uchunguzi ufanyike, na akaangazia swala zima la idara ya usalama, na akazungumzia yale mabadiliko ambayo aliweza kushinikiza, na kuwa kwanza kabisa ameweza kuhakikisha kuwa idara ya polisi ina fedha zake ambazo ili waweze kuendesha shughuli zao, na akisema kuwa hii